and 2. Ke a le dumedisha ka moka. Ndematsiari Liperile. Good day. Good afternoon. Halala ba humaga di halala. Halala ba humaga di halala. Watinta bafazi. Watinti mbogoto. Ke kgwedi ya rena ke August. Let's all settle down. We are about to start. May we all settle down. We are about to start with the program. Okay, good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thabang Bohopa. I am the National Portfolio Head for Community Development within the Black Management Forum. Just to explain in brief, Black Management Forum is an organization that deals with managerial leadership in corporate South Africa. We humbly apologize for having started late, but nonetheless, we'll fast track the program. To start the program, we will now invite Mayor Magdalene Paledi for the opening remarks and acknowledgement of guests. Mayor Paledi. We can usher her Gamatsoro.
Ke a leboga ke le dumedisha ka moka ga lena ke le member wa Black Management Forum. Here I just would like to acknowledge the following people. Our MEC observing the protocol. Here I'm guided that I should follow the protocol as it stands. To acknowledge our MEC, Mr. Namani Masemula. Ke be ke kgopela gore mo a dutjeng gona mohlomong a lelaetšeng ka rare motsebe ba bang ba rena. Ngwana mo wa go bolela leleme la sa ga borena. Very proud that we should just na ge ke mmona ke tsoga ke bo Afrika jwaka gore ke kwa ke undermine gore ke bolele ka ona moggo ke bolelang ke tšama ke gata loto hlageng tseleng ka gore ge a bolela Sepedi se šalane ka morago sa marema ka dika. So ye leleme la letswele gape ga re le tsebe re kgahla ke ngwana ga re dumedisha ke moka ga re tameng good morning o rwa moko wa sekgona ba latlhegile batho ba because if you don't know your origin you don't know where you are going le mo o emego ga o tse gore ke kae. So go latela our executive mayor a le go gona mo maemong a executive mayor ba tseba lešaba ke be ke re mo a le go gona re mmone ga re ba gae re a leboga ke moka le go tsebiša our provincial commissioner gore matšatši a re kwa bose man ga le se ka moka ge re bona sephodisa le ge o se wa dira selo ba re maphodisa šia o fo tšea potlelele wa uta ba kae ena ba go tšea gore o dirileng re fo tsa re lephodisa e fa motho a go tshwenya wa go tshoša o tlo ntshetša Gante gana jwalo ba sa botsisha pasa le special motho ga tlo go botsisha jewe o mmotsisha gore na o swere ngwalo la go ntshetsa gape re ya tsebanyana ga nyana mara re ba bona malobe ba re biditse mo re letse re le dancing na bo re fela re ba kgwatha gore ka re re le tšhaba ba tsweleditse style se sengwe ke lebogile station sa ga bo rena man sa bega swat re kgwathana le bo brigadier mola so re be re kgopela gore the provincial commissioner wa sepodisa a fo emelela re tshireletsegile felfa gape go emelela makhosikase tolontse ka tse bana jwalo ke tlo acknowledge le bala bo brigadier nna be ke fo kgopela gore brigadier ga bo rena ka mono station sa Begaswati ge a ka fo re le tafola gagwe e mogolo gape ga fo sepela a ke tshetse ke kgopela nyana tshwarelo ba go tseba protocol ba local mayor Mr. Radingwane re am acknowledge presence ya gagwe re be re fa leng gona swata go re go leboga ke go kwele lo ene o rutegile je lengwe ke le kae mafaseng ke go bolela ai seng go tswa ka selo bolaetsa gore ko wene re a leboga ke and then re ga brigadier ke tafola ye ya to serve and to protect re kgopela gore le ka okay ke maybe before all related nyana le re swareleng a re tšama re bolela digero mo ke acknowledge the presence of Police High Commissioner Lieutenant General Khadebe fao a le go gona re kgopela gore a re bontšhe bo gona ga gago sebata go mo ke bona ba jwalo ke be ke sa re at the background o na le magetla motho ke mogolo ene especially le khosikase gape jwalo ba swere to serve and to protect we feel that they are really saving us na bile go kgopela gore le gone ka re go etile e tshadi a e sa wela ka lengopeng rena ga ba re motho o timetse re tseba gore re mone khoneng a re sa tlo re maphodisa a bereke gomme re mo tseba ro ka moleteng re fo re tlasho o tlo khwetša re moswere ke kgopela gore tafola ya bo brigadier station sa Begaswat and everyone as a le go ka tlasa sepodisa re be re ka for le emeleleng re le acknowledging your presence re a leboga a ke re brigadier wa go swara tulo sa Begaswat ke mmemo ke be ke fo kgopela gore o emelele mogolo a ke re jwale ke a gantšha maloba le be le re fele malekere tobela le ba ba latelago ba re sa le bitsang ka o tee magoši a rena local ye ke mo acknowledge-ago ke mmonego le ge le ro mongwe o sa le tseleng makhosikase ga botse bontšhi jwa ke kgwedi ya rena ya ke re a re go tshetše le gore wa ka kwa tsogong le letona wena o file bogoši kgale o se kwa ba re ya go galala le kgono ke rena ke be ke re magoši meta manoke ke mo acknowledge ke be ke re fa dutšeng gona a for rialo ka re a re manoke re ra Begasford sebata go ke gola gore mohlomong ba bang ba sa tlo go tla ba etla will keep on acknowledging le gore re a le welcome le amogetswe Thaba Moshate Tubatse ga borena felga Platinum City ye ile gore re sa tlo le laetša ka moswane gore re ja jwang minerale tšekwi re hlalefile matšatši a re sa tlo ba bala ba go hlwa re foša matlapa re hlalefile re tlo le laetša gore re ja jwang through Black Management Forum e re ruta di ethics tša gore ge o tsoma go ja a o robe selo ga o thoge selo ga o tšhube selo you become ethical wa dira dilo tša gago ka tatelano ya tsona wa ra wa ke nyaka go dira business la ba re tsoma plan ba re ruta batho ba ba le go molotlo ba tseba ba go ba ntse ke a leboga
re a leboga mme Paledi Hey, ke tshogile ka gore o bolela Sepedi, nna be ke tloga ke re ke keng ke re ja Sekgowa. Le a ndumelela ke bolela Sepedi. Re a leboga, ke be ke re ka gore re mafarahlahleng, re na le batho ba lefase ka moka, the whole South Africa ba re lebeletše on social media platforms. Ba o le sa tsebe go Sepedi le tla re swarela. Re a leboga mme Paledi. Mohlomongwe ga ke netefatše gore le nna ke Mopedi ka go bala theme ya lehono ke leke go e bala ka Sepedi. Bao le be go le sa tsebe lehono re tlile poledišanong mabapi le tšhoganetšo yeo e hlokegago go lwantšha dikgaruru tša bong le dipolao tša batho ba bomme ka mešomong le mo setšhabeng. A wante le matsogo ke a se tseba Sepedi. This is the second dialogue for the agency required to fight gender-based violence and femicide in corporate South Africa and the community at large. Ka ona mantšu ao re tlo kgopela polelo go tšwa go ba Sanlam, re na le mme Lebogang Monyatši a re mo felegetšeng Magorena. Alright, re a leboga ga eme ka lešimego. Go tloga fao re kgopela bao ba re kopantše go mo lehono. Nna ena nkgwathile ge ba bolela gore Black Management Forum ya ga Sekhukhune lebile e tlo addressa this issue ya gender-based violence. A ke bolele gannyane gore why. Now was raised by a single mother for a certain period, I think my entire life. Bao le tsebang ge di mine di be di raka batho mo. Our fathers could go and work, but our mothers couldn't work in the mines. They had to go and scrap legislature. Parliament. That's why re go jere sokola. Mara ba o tata go bona ba le gona gore ba ile ba kgona go tšwela pele ba bereka ka mebaeneng akere. So Black Management Forum re a le leboga. Bomma gore na ba bereka ka mebaeneng ba tshwenyiwa gana bjalo. Our sisters ba kry-ile di-position in the mines, mara go sa ganela. Re a leboga ge le tlile mo la tliša discussions. Our police officials ba nke ba ipsine ka go bereka in what was previously known as a male-dominated environment. Mara ba bereke ntle le go tlaišiwa. A re openg magoswi re opelwa the provincial chairperson of Black Management Forum in Limpopo, Ntate Mpho Motseng.
Ke kopela ho dumedisa Thobela. I think are changing Sekgowa se re bua dipuo tsa bo rona ke gore re na lo latlhegana go ngwe re na no re Sekgowa se se tsa gore re botlhalenyana kanta se botlhale ke puo fela, but it doesn't indicate the intelligence of the brain. Bomme ba bo rona le bontate ba bo rona ba kgale na ba sa itse Sekgowa mara na ba tlhalefile. Yaanong re ka se tse puo tsa rona ra di bea go thoko ka re tsona is a second a se selo ka gore ka tseno ra afford re khomeisa bana go di multiracial ha ba bua Sekgowa re na gore ba tlhalefile and it's just the language. But let me take this opportunity as the chairperson of Limpopo to observe the protocol. As Mepa Lady, you have done a very brilliant job to acknowledge our guest. And it will be an injustice for me to repeat. But let me take this opportunity to say, MEC, thank you very much for honoring our invite. The district mayor for honoring our invite. The local mayor for honoring our invite. And the commissioner, thank you very much for honoring our invite. Maybe people don't understand Makhosi Aborona for honoring our invite. Ke a tseba ene ke aware gore go na le makhosi a mang a dutseng gona amang rona. Setso sa borona se re dikgosi tsa borona ke tsona tse ileng gore they are in charge of our land. And we are moving away from that, and that's where our culture comes from. So ra timela sometimes because of but we need to acknowledge them to say the contribution that you are making, acknowledge, because it is very useless for us. Ereke dumedise bo brigadier but station esa Petakgomo. I think I need to greet you in particular to say Kabona lit uniform, and we are honored for you to be here. Ka itse hore ba bang ba ba leng mo, they are coming from far to come and honor this particular event. This is supposed to be women's celebration. Now, I get to celebrate a young basadi babo rona ba bolaiwa. I don't know how do we celebrate when our girl child are killed on a daily basis and rabona. I get to celebrate a young MEC na bolela hore I'm from a funeral. Mo eleng gore one of the other ladies was killed by the boyfriend on a daily basis, and those are the things that are happening. Bonang batho ba bo rona. It is skyrocketing on a daily basis. And that is why topic ya rona is the agency. Because if Reka says as an agency, we're going to leave it and tend to think it's supposed to be like that. But until that's when you will realize that this thing is very serious. We are scared today because they are abducted. I get to be MEC, the commissioner. I remember that the Begi Limpopo is now rising. Gender-based violence. And in particular, we mentioned is among the rest the sexual assault. So when we're sitting here and we want to celebrate, if Olivella poster not wanna line up it is purposeful. Because banna batswanetse banne ko pele ba re eseng nna. I'm not amongst the people who are saying I'm not amongst the people who are saying Runa, we are going to reload hlukumeza basadi. Banna batswanetse ba tlale ka mo hara room because most of them give on the perpetrators. So if we can be able to change the mindset of men, then the world will be a better place. So when we are sitting here, we know most of them are victims. And that is why it is very important that at this event. We need to make it our priority that as a man, I'm raising my hand and say, I'm not part of sexual harassment. I'm not part of people who are committing violence and killing women. Can I raise my hand and say, can I tell my brother, the other one, to say, don't be part of it? As Limpopo, we saw it as a need, and we saw it as an agency to say, if we are not going to participate in it as the BMF, who do we think will be able to participate in it? We saw it where is a need is not a topic that is very fashionable, but it's a topic that is very uncomfortable to others. But it's a topic now we're thinking it's supposed to be a topic that we must talk about. At the 18th of May, MEC, there was a code of good conduct that was out. And that code of good conduct, there's something about that I like about it is that unlike the previous one, the previous one was focusing on sexual harassment. Now the one that is out is no longer focusing on sexual harassment. It talked about all forms of violence. Now, if you are not aware, bullying is also violence. I think Commissioner is here now. So when you are bullied at work by your manager, mu report. Now, the reason why we are here is to give confidence to women. One, you need to know your rights. We're making awareness, you must know your rights. Somebody is not supposed to touch you where you're not supposed to be touched. Somebody is not supposed to make you to get certain favors for you. Promotion in it, you give me sexual favors, then you get promoted. As the Black Management Forum, we say this thing is a regression of transformation because participate actively in the economy. But the problem is that they've got lots of challenges, and some of it because as they want to move forward, then somehow they need to take step backs. Because somebody is standing there and saying, if you don't do this, you're not going to move on. And so that we're supposed to stand as Black Management Forum and say, no, you are redressing what we are trying to push forward. This is socio-economic transformation that we are talking about rather than now Black Management Forum. It cannot be able to move on as long as one, Basadi Basatwari, we equally. because they are capable. Go tshwana le rona bas- go tshwana le bo rona banna. Allow me, as I'm about to finish, to touch only the 2030 national strategy of GBVF. One of the pillars there that are very crucial. Now, the first pillar talks about accountability and coordination and leadership. MEC, this needs a bold leadership requirement to say we need leaders who are going to be accountable to us, who will come to us. And MEC, which is one thing that makes me excited to say you are able to come back to us. And that we are very grateful about. Other leaders, when we invite them, they run away because they don't want to be accountable to people. But we are very happy with the leadership that we have here as the government that says we can come to you as people and we are accountable to you. The second pillar is prevention and rebuilding of social cohesion. We need evidence-based prevention intervention. And part of it is this awareness that we are doing now. When you do awareness, sometimes you tend to think we are wasting time by doing awareness. But let me tell you something. There is somebody who's sitting there who might be finding themselves in the situation. But by us talking about this particular thing, one, we are building the confidence of that particular person. Two, right. Three, if they find themselves in that particular situation. I remember one of the colleagues, especially the one who's taking the videos, one day he gave me a call from Wembe. And he said to me, hey, this thing of yours of talking about gender-based violence, insane, man. As I was driving, I saw another guy on the road pulling each other, another lady. It made me say, let me stop my car and say more when I wait. That is what we need. When an awareness is going out there, you need to tell yourself and say, something needs to happen. The third pillar is justice and safety and protection. This one, DDG, I think it comes to you. The last time when we were there with the DG, we spoke about it. And we end up coming to a point where we said we're going to form the collaboration with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. This is the partnership that made us today to be here, Motubats. Because the Department of Justice said, Aragopani, with the programs that you want to do, we're also saying we can support it. And that made us and lead us for us to be able to get the sponsor. Where Sanlam is raising the hand and say, we are happy about this thing. Let's let this thing run across the country. I was telling the MEC to say we need to run it in Limpopo, but from Limpopo, we need to go across the country. And that's where the DDG is coming into place to say, let's hold hands to make sure we run this thing across the country. The fourth pillar is response and care and support and heal. DDG, MEC, I'm aware that you are the custodian of this GBV. I'm also aware that you are the one who's in charge of the victim-centered and survival-focused programs that has to do with issues related to this. People are raped, and there are centers that are taking care of that, the NGOs that deals with that. We're saying MEC continue to do that and even doing more. The fifth pillar is the economic empowerment. Some of it I've touched when I say, how do you talk about economic empowerment when you are disempowering women by violating them? How do I say I'm giving you promotion, but sleep with me? Where is empowerment there? And you know, some of the women are very smart, that are smarter than men, that the economy depends on it. I was aware and I was told by the commissioner that the CFO of the police is a woman. This lovely lady was here. Now, it's a rare skill. So you have a person who has a rare skill, gets into a position, someone comes and violates that particular person. it leads that person to depression until they hang themselves. If not, where are we going to get that skill? Because we can't replace it tomorrow. The economy moves backwards instead of moving forward. The sixth pillar is research and information and management. Where we are sitting, we believe that as the Black Management Forum, we are a relevant organization, MEC, Commissioner, and DDG, that you can work with us closely because we have professionals who can be able to research about this thing further. So we can find out, but what is it about this man's mind? Is there something wrong? Is it because of poverty? But we need to find a scientific explanation that will make us to be able to know actually what is it that we need to do. Because sometimes you find we are just doing it and we don't even know whether whatever we're doing is resolving the problem or not. So the Black Management Forum is ready with its research team to assist the government whenever the government needs it. Colleagues, we are very excited for today to have this engagement with you. And I hope when we are going to have the dialogue and the House will be able to engage with the guests today so that we can be able to talk about this matter, uncomfortable issues. How do we report cases and cases that we report and defend la momo yeng? You know? And why hereditary report, but we don't see anything wrong with you because it's just a psychological thing. It's not physical. When we're going to discuss it and there's a dialogue, when all of us who are here are going to engage them, we brought the panel for you that you can be able to ask questions that are very uncomfortable. I'm aware that the team that is here, 1, is very capable. 2, they are accountable to us. 3, they are aware or they are not scared of the questions because they want to work together with us. Colleagues, with these words, I would like to say thank you.
Chairperson wa Black Management Forum Limpopo are metele matsogo gape ke gopela go acknowledge re bone mmagorena mme kgoshi ga diphasha ba tsena ba ka no laetša ka letsogo re kgoneng go ba acknowledge ga botse re a leboga ka bo madimabe le fihlile le nako a lena mmagorena program e re words of encouragement from the Royal House. Ke mme kgoshi ga diphasha re be re beile mme kgoshi ga dimanoke. I can skip that item for now. Ra go the perspective of the presiding officer and from justice. Oh yes. Ke a leboga che ke ro bona ke apara di brele. So let them pardon our issue, le ampona ke apara di brele. Gana nakong ya gona bjalo re tlo gopela go bitša ba Sekhukhune district ba tle ba re introduce ga botse our main speaker ya lehono Ntate Masemola. Re gopela the acting mayor wa Sekhukhune district ba tle ba re tsebiše mongwe wa rena a re ba feng legosi.
District ya Sekhukhune municipality ke tamishi magage e shuka moka ba ba leng gona fa ke kwele go bitswa ka gati gara rena re ne le magoshi bo magoshi le ba shiro bogoshi ka bojona re na le bo meta re na le bohunadi re na le ba bang ba nka se na go ke ba bala go ya ka tatelano mokete o hlomphilwe re ya leboga ke boele ke leboga gape go ba le ba local municipality ba imetse ke Tate Radingwane ke boele ke belele ba department ya rena ile ya tša sepodisa re kwa ba re na le brigadier re na le bo commissioner Megatsebe o dieme ka pele ile mmagorena ke rata go tšea sebaka se ke leboge sebakanyana se le re fang sona gara rena mo na mmereko wa ka a se go introducer ebile a se go acknowledge bao ba le go gona mara ke no re ka tlhompho ke tlhomphe boetapele jo bo le gona fa ke bo ke tlhomphe all our guests ke be ke tlhomphe le lena ba humagadi ke re igama la makosikazi malibongwe re ya leboga le lena banna re ya leboga o ka reng ke be go tletse banna mo ka
Thank you so much. For making it possible for me to kind of write my remarks. It is important to what is busy also the local area. Today, representing Mayor Maria, very good afternoon. For leaders of royalty who are here this morning. This afternoon. For the Maripata, and Maurina, and the Roma. What of honor this is your provincial commissioner and capital for the state. We also in the capital. And all your officers who are with us today to be busy. Thank you so much for also making it easier for us to follow up maybe the road of the colleagues of the National Department of that is the development to realize. The person of together in the province together with the executive committee. And all of you, my comrades and friends and colleagues, my home boys, home girls, those two what is very close. One of our hopes. Thank you so much for listening to the years. I don't want to take the protocol. Link to other links or other colleagues being offended. But thank you so much for the years we know themselves. You might be fed up and something. It's not good. It's really an honor for me to represent for having the invited to come and make to us. Thank you so much for I started this morning at the funeral of a very young man. It was under 45. approach fortunately the police, the military, fortunately the line, things that it was women there who are doing science subjects, looking forward to a doctor, an engineer, someone that I was trained in the past. A few weeks ago, I was around this equally very promising young lady there who are doing last year as a medical doctor. Life of doctor by someone who loves. I received a report which outlines the statistics about better gender-based violence in our province. Numbers for associations for violence and things that are those numbers. This report says of all the 5 regions of our province or districts of our province, gender-based violence is a problem. There is no single community, single district or local municipality that has not experienced problems relating to gender-based violence and femicide. And those numbers talk about women who have been troubled by their loved ones, women who have been troubled by people that they trusted. And the numbers are just not pleasing. The Bembe region is number 1 in the province, the highest in terms of figures. I think it's around 1,200 GBV cases and femicide, followed by Capricorn with around 673, followed by Mopani, followed by Skukune, and the last one is Waterberg. All these districts of our province, women are not enjoying their social spaces as they are supposed to. And this matter poses a very serious question on what needs to be done. But before I get there, I think it is important for us, though I'm very clear in my mind that I'm talking to women in your numbers here. I suppose it's not a mistake or an accident that this meeting's attendance is like this. In my department, through the instructions of my premier who assigned me this task, I spoke to the MEC for police, transport and community safety, Honorable Polisielo, and the provincial commissioner was with her 2 weeks ago somewhere in Makulutamar. We agreed that the 2 departments have a very huge responsibility, collaboratively speaking, to occupy space in our villages, in our townships, including the suburban areas, towns, and the city of our province, so that we heighten awareness, we heighten interaction, we deepen discussions, and make sure that we don't leave any stone unturned on matters of gender-based violence. And that is the reason why in the past few weeks, we've been to almost all the districts of the province. We're coming to Skukune. I think it's on the 2nd, if not the 3rd, to come and engage with the various structures in this part of the province. We're working very closely with the police because they are the ones who must arrest the perpetrators. We as social development, our task is about developing the nation. We are all encompassing service department. that have got to make sure that conditions are conducive for education, for health, for safety and security, but above them all, reconstruction and development of the souls of our people in the country and our province in particular. Standing before you this afternoon, as part of our endeavors to deal with these issues, we have launched a structure in the province that we refer to as the Provincial Forum on GBVF, bullying and substance abuse. This structure is comprised of various community-based organizations, structures of civil society, and almost all the departments. But I can confess that BMF, I didn't see it in that list, which means going back to the department, I'll have to make sure that an invitation is extended to BMF to designate someone to sit in the provincial structure. And these structures are going to be replicated in all our districts. I'm in discussions with the district mayors, my comrades and colleagues, for those structures to be established. I'm in discussions with the local mayors for the same structures to be established, which means all the structures that are existing in our province will have to find expression in all those establishments, so that including even at ward-based, they've got to be ward-based area committees on matters of GBV and F, substance abuse, and as well as bullying. Key to that is the need for leadership to be provided. We can have all these good plans and programs, but if leadership is not there, all these things will collapse. And what is it that we're doing? That institutional arrangement that I've just referred to, we're trying to massify leadership into action. Equally important, I'm very happy that leaders of royalty are here with us today, because leadership of our tradition, including churches and us in government, we need to form a trilateral, if not a troika. And that is exactly what I've already done, talking to the leadership of Contralesa in the province, including the House. I'm in discussions with the leadership of the church in its broad establishments, so that we consolidate a collective approach. Included in that, as I said, our structures of mass democratic movement, where BMF, equally important, is also finding its presence. Having done that, working together with yourselves, we are going to make it easier and possible to win this battle. Key amongst other things that we are hard at work as a department to try to do is to resuscitate families. My dear comrades and friends, and my homeboys and girls, families in most instances have collapsed. They are families because they are yards and movement of people in and out. But the aspect of parenting does no longer exist. And that is the reason why many of those troubled souls in those families get released into communities in their numbers, and therefore what do? They trouble the communities, they trouble society. So back to basics. As we advance these high-level interventions, we must go back to basics and try to resuscitate basic values of what constitute a productive, efficient, a living family. We want to see living families in our province. And this work can only be achieved if we work with our traditional leaders, we work with the church, wherever we are, the message, reach out, everybody as and when we're supposed to. At the political level, at the macro level, I think it's very unfortunate that we're sitting as a nation with women being troubled by men on a daily basis, when in essence, they're not supposed to be like that. Women's role in the struggle against colonialism, against apartheid, is massive. highly recorded. Outstanding leaders emerged out of women as part of section of humanity. But today, under a democratic dispensation, we're sitting here, women in this country being troubled in their hearts and souls. And this matter cannot be accepted. We must fight this matter. We must intensify political work to deepen transformation so that we deal with what is the essence of some of these matters. You know what is the biggest problem? The biggest problem is there is a system that is called a patriarchy. It looks like it's a buzzword, patriarchy. And those who want to talk high-level politics, when they want to confuse people, they will say, as we advance the national democratic revolution, given the dialectical materialism of a patriarchal relations in society. You say, yeah, this boy can speak good English. He knows politics. It's a very simple matter. Patriarchy means it's a system in society, in humanity, where ever since creation, men in particular, decided that they want to embark on and deepen what is called a false belief of men's superiority. And therefore, these men over time, over centuries, deepened their false superiority in society. And how did they do that? They looked into economic front, I mean to say, and made sure that women at that time were not supposed to get any better economic opportunities. Salaries were not the same. Men were reserved for certain jobs not women could do. And that in itself deepened over centuries of our existence as humanity, to the extent that it was normalized. It was almost became a norm in society. Secondly, in culture, men decided that as Africans, as many races all over the globe, we must introduce mechanisms that deepen men's authority or superiority to the extent that it became a norm. A woman cannot do this, cannot do that, cannot do that, and to the extent that cultural practices then became a problem to women's freedom, to women's rights, to the extent that even today, many of our men still believe in those stereotypes of gender realities. In the religion, it got deepened. As if that is not enough, all those matters were legislated, and I'm happy that the lawyers are here today. All that got legislated, and then the law became an instrument to deepen all those contradictions in society. And that is why since 1994, then the democratic government began a process of democratizing, of dealing with these inherent contradictions in aspects of societal life. And that journey and that process resulted in what? The destruction of those hindrances in the economy. And that is the reason why we're here. We see women in business, women becoming millionaires, becoming billionaires, getting opportunities. Though it's not enough, we still have got a long way to go, but we've started a process. And that is the reason why in government, then policies and the laws were passed to create conditions for women to be promoted, so that at the decision-making level, women can also be part of those decision-making systems. And that is why we've got a station commander here, who is a woman. We've got a PC, not because of a favor, because of meritocracy. They deserve to be there. They are well prepared, they are well schooled, they are well trained, they've got the skills and the capacity to do so. And that is why it's important that the law must be used as an instrument to redress, to undo all these realities that have made life very difficult amongst us as society and women in particular. Seated here with you today I'm very clear that I'm in Sekhukhune in Dubatz. The future of South Africa is economic hub, because in Gauteng, in Johannesburg, in where we used to get a diamond, Cullinan, the diamond is finished. Johannesburg gold is gone. Gold in Free State is gone. The diamond in the Northern Cape is gone. And therefore, this land here in our province, these mineral resources straddles the landscape of this province from one region to the other. And therefore, South Africa of tomorrow, its economic hub is in Limpopo province. And that is the reason why, through the leadership of our premier and all of us as Executive Council, we have conceptualized what is called special economic zones for Sekhukhune and as well as Makhado and Mosina. These are macro high-level economic thoughts and preparations of the future of this country. So it is important that we must fight these GBV cases. We must fight the stereotypes in men, because your future, you must understand, my comrades and colleagues, the future looks very bright. Mahumo anagaile mashogojo ayona. Al swanage. Le swanage le nyanye mo haimo le ipsine le fepe di khopana ka tsela ya go nyaka ga o ka gona di gole di gono ka ipsine ka bophelo. Mara e fela bošaedi bo dira ke banna ke temana ye re swantse re lwe le yona ka matla le tišitše. We are going to be convening a lot of public meetings in the province through my department, working together with the police and my comrade MEC Bushielo, to come and have a discussion with men here in Dubatse, here in Sekhukhune, in Bembe, and elsewhere in the province, so that they begin to appreciate and understand that this false belief of men's superiority must come to an end. It must come to an end, because our forebears, when they conceptualized the struggle for freedom and democracy in this country, from the warrior kings up until the legendary generation of our struggle, they said, we're looking towards a society that we want to create, a society that is characterized by non-racialism, non-sexism, democracy, unity, and prosperity. Those are the basic values we want to see in the South Africa of tomorrow. And that South Africa of tomorrow cannot be achieved if non-sexism is not yet attained, where we still have got women that are troubled by their men. It's important that we must teach young boys to become good men tomorrow. We must teach men to love and care. If they do wrong things, PC, you must arrest them. And the judiciary should send them to jail for whatever period they so much deserve, because they don't deserve to be amongst us. Make life of women very difficult. Let me not be tempted to go beyond the few minutes I was asked to come and remark, because the subject is very emotional, very close to my heart. And I want to make a commitment here that, Chairperson, the department I'm responsible for will continue to work with you. And I'm told that there was a process towards formalizing this relationship by signing a memorandum of agreement of some sort. You ask your provincial office administratively to interact with my office, Comrade Manda ICS Lebalo, and they will link up with the head of department. A conceptual framework ought to be developed so that we work together. Myself, together with the Department of Transport and Community Safety, because these issues go together. We are a custodian of the programs, but together law enforcement ought to occupy space. And I'm very confident that working together, this issue in this province will be addressed. Ka kukuna nako ya lena ke tlabe tloga diloka o fitlhelwa ga nabe ke a leboga Thobela.
Re go leboge go betse. Sepedi se re dibetlwa bathong wa madimabe a fahlwa le a se tseba seema seo. Ke no rialo ka gore le ya bona program a rena e na le go fela nke ya fetoga. Re hlompha nako, re leboga ka kudu our acting mayor go tswa ka Sekhukhune district ge ba re beile fase ba re shaola moyeng le bea ke mongae re lebogile ka kudu le gore tsebiša seboledi sa rena sa letšatši. Go tloga mo re tlo ba re ya go bao ba re thušitšego gore taba e kgonege ka go leka go tšweletša mašeleng le tše dingwe. Mara I want to quote the MEC o boletše ka something a bolela ka tšhomišano magareng ga sephodisa le badirela leago, mara are at the core ke provision of leadership. O re le ge batho ba re ka kwana ra saenang, mara there must be a system of providing leadership. Ke fao le kgono re na le go Black Management Forum, which is developing managerial leadership. Ba mohlomongwe ba sa tsebego ka gonyane ka 1976 ge batho ba se ba bona re jwalo re tlo swara mmušo. Ba ile ba kopana dihlalifi tša mehleng yeo ba re gape mmušo o ka se no go eta pele ka common sense batho modimo. Go tlo ba le dilwana-lwana tše ntšhi tše leng gore santse o di kgone. We have two people, we have a manager, we have a leader. I agree le a ba tseba mongwe o tla re na me a manager, I'm not here as a leader. O mongwe o tla re I'm a leader and then as provide the management. Mara Black Management Forum ya ra we have to bridge these two people. A manager and a leader should be able to do mmereko wa bogwari go lekana. Re a kwile mantšu a lena go beetse a provision of leadership. Re tepotša gore all the stakeholders who are here ba tla batamela. Se sengwe ke gore the Black Management Forum e na le what we call women empowerment desks, which has a lot of programs tša go matlafatša batho go mešomo yeo ba e dirago. Re bao le hlokang skill godimo ga seo le šetše lona go sona te ponagatšeng go the chairperson ba kgone go le thuša. Ka mantšu a re batamela go ba Sanlam mme Lebogang Monyatsi a re ba batametšeng ka diatla.
Good afternoon, and that's to extend a special greeting to the LEC, to SEX leadership. Oh, sorry. As this, just to extend a special greeting to the MEC and to SEP's leadership, members of the royal household. And I hope I'm not leaving out everybody, except I'll say all protocol observed. My name is Lebogang Monyatsi. I'm heading up Sanlam's Group Market Development and Stakeholder Relations. And the reason really to say why we thought it would be good to sponsor a program like this one is because we also feel that we have a role to play in combating gender-based violence. And how we do it within Sanlam is a project that we call financial inclusion. And financial inclusion, we also speak to exclusive women groups and empower women in the area of finances, because we believe that most of these gender-based violence cases, some of the reasons why women continue to stay and just kind of exacerbate the situation of gender-based violence is when women are not financially empowered. And so we've been going from, to communities, we engaging with the churches, we go to schools, and this is what we do. And so we talk around how do we help people to become financially empowered. So with institutions like the banks, what they would do is perhaps provide small loans to women-owned businesses, and also to help women to start, a business or an enterprise. So what we've also seen, ladies and gentlemen, is that a lot of cases within Sanlam, and I guess I speak for all other insurance companies, he ntate a tlhokofetse re bona ga ngata e le mme a tlang a tlo botsisa ka policy. And when you turn out and you look at the policy, who are the beneficiaries, go na le bana ba ile gore mme le ene ebile ha itse le ka bone. And in most instances, you find even the wife is not a beneficiary on the policy. And we have actually people that the wife does not know about. Maybe let me just give you an example. There was a case of a lady who came to our offices and she said that her husband had passed away. So she was busy packing up her husband's clothes, and she came across a piece of document and it had the Sandam logo on. And that's the reason why she came to our offices. And that piece of paper was proof that the husband's will is with us. So we phoned Cape Town and they sent via email the will to us. And when we read the will, so the husband and the wife, they were staying in the south of Joburg. So he gave in the will that house to the wife. And it turned out, and what we had to do, we had to call the other beneficiaries that were in the will. And so on that particular day when we read out the will, the wife had arrived, and the other two beneficiaries that came, it was a young lady in her 20s who happened to be the girlfriend to the woman's husband, and came with a 2-3-year-old child who is a son to the husband. And the husband was giving the girlfriend about 250,000 cash. And it also turned out something that the wife never knew about, that he had a townhouse in Centurion in Pretoria. And he gave this townhouse to the son. And so it's just a lot of issues. And also we see it even with pension fund money, when the husband passed on and we have to do the payout of the pension fund money. Then it turns out that there are 4 other children the mother never knew about, and there's one on her way, or another one that was just born 2 months ago. So these are factors that we go around and we do what I call financial planning engagements, and really speak to the women to say, I believe that another way, that we can stop or combat this gender-based violence is if we women, we empower ourselves, particularly in the area of finances. And let me give you another example. A lady was going to an interview on a Monday, and on a Friday, she was not working. Over the weekend, a fight started from nowhere, and the husband beat her up, black, blue, and pink. Can she go to the interview on Monday? No, she couldn't go because she was in a bad state. But you could see the husband or the partner did it deliberately, because he knows that this woman is going to get a job and she's going to be empowered, and then I won't have so much power over her. So my message here today really is to say, ladies, let's perhaps start in the area of finances. And I'm not saying look for a job. It can start even with just selling, just starting selling potatoes, maguenya or egg, but just that thing where you at least have an income, so that when things really go bad in the house, you're able to pack your bags, you take your children, and you leave the violent situation that you are being subjected to. And I'm aware perhaps we would have people from churches here, we would have people from different institutions, and I would really want to encourage you. And maybe for SAPS, we had a session also at work. We had the commissioner in Gauteng with his leadership team, and we had a project around a mentorship and leadership session. And we also had this financial topics that we covered also there. But what we were doing is to say, look, this is a taste of what you will get when we take it out to your members. So I'm putting myself out there. that if you would like to have a session, very, I found it myself as I was sitting there. It was quite empowering. And we could look at perhaps where we have a partnership, and then we could sponsor that. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as I just want to say, please, let's try, as I say, the way to prevent gender-based violence will have to start with our own financial empowerment first. Once we are financially empowered, it's the biggest step we can take to come out of a situation that is dangerous at home. And thank you very much.
I opted to speak Sepedi, but now I get some school. Let's be the qualifications here. Ba gwa thata ba yone ela ya patriarchy ela ba e gwathileng earlier. Ke be ke tshabo e bolela gore bothata bua patriarchy bo dutse mo ditšhaleteng akere. Maybe let me declare General Khadebe is my boss, by the way. So re ntse re tsamaya re le ka go rarolla mathata. Ntho nngwe ke gore ga le motšea bana ba tlo fepa keng. I think it's a question which are thomeng go e addressa. Ke kule sa nna mo ba committee mo ba they are willing to fund whatever projects that might emanate from this sitting. Ka ge re swara ba swara thipa ka bogaleng. Le ka go bona gore le ka mmolediša pele a sepela gore na bo resha na, and then let's partner with them re bona gore go hlaga eng. Because now I'm heading community development under Black Management Forum. Re targeta baswa mo social media. Ke dirile 2 statements. Of course, re ka no se di bone go swana ka mo. And ba o bana le maikarabelo a go ruta. Let's look at them. Sa mathomo se re mosadi ke mophodi o tshela mafate. Yo le maketse ro se bolela jwang mo. Mosadi ke mophodi o tshela mafate. O ka moga sa itere ke sekwele since relocating to Polokwane ke sekwele. Sa bobedi se re mosadi ke tshimo ya moshato o lengwa ke le tshema. And I explained to them. Ere ke tlhaloseng. Thank you so much. It shows what I have my audience. It's trending so much more TikTok. I said, not because ke godishitse ke mosadi. Ga ba re mosadi ke tshimo ya moshato o lengwa ke le tshema, I agree. Mosadi is so precious. Ba mo compare le tshimo ya moshato ba e leng gore go letse magaeng gaeng. Go lengwa ke le tshema ye. What did it mean? Go betsena go le sa ruta. Ke nagana gore re bile le bothata ba gore di ka le diema di le tša gopa misho. I don't believe our philosophy about pedi ga botse e no hloma diema gore di rogane. Ge re ka enyaka ga botse le boletse ka research as one of the pillars, chairperson. Let's go back because I'm a researcher. Let's go back and do research gore ga botse what do you mean ge le re e hlagolelwa ke le tšema go hlaloga ka sekgowa ke go cherisha akere. And indeed as in it ge rena ba re godishitse gore ge motho wa mme ge nkare ke fologa taxi go ba ke le ka busing mme a tsena automatically ke a emelela. Ge nkare ke fologa taxi or something motho wa mme a swere di checker sana tša bana automatically ke a mo kukisha e ka mogowe a se gona go hlagolela ke le tšema. We na cha he ka moka ga rena. That's where we have a responsibility to go and redefine knowledge system ya rena batho ba ga borena akere. Le yone ela ya gore o tshela mafate na ke a dumela gore ke mophodi o tshela mafate and mo a re rogane how batho ba gale ba no ra gore mosadi o ka se mothibi wa gona ba ile ba leka go ba thiba re ba ska bereka sepodisa ba berekile shiba ba ile ba thibo ba bereka gore ba ska bereka in the mining sector ba tshetse mafate a se gona go tshela mafate a ke re ka se it says a woman goes beyond boundaries ge ke bia ka boripana akere. I know gore ba bantši re itse ba ka tlhalosela ya pele le tseba ke tlhalosela e sa nyakegeng. But I'm saying we have a responsibility to redefine digalidiema in such a manner that ke nnete nna ke godishitseng ke mosadi. My mother was doing everything to make sure gore tšeo re di hlokang di a kgonega. Sepedi se re shako la hloka thobela ke mojano ka ona mantšu re tlo ba re kgopela mme kgošigadi phasha gore ba tle ba no re fa mantšu a tutuetšo a re ba opeleng magoši.
Mohlomphegi mosepediši wa modiro kwa bose ngwana kgoši sohla kgabane o ingwa e ka lekomane o bine mantshegela moselakonyana o fele re wa bona thepana sa nku se ya ntshwane moetapele bembaka ba go kgona go tamiša ba le tamišebe ke tlile morago ke bile sta morago monna maruteng e fa ba le tamišebe ke ba mmušo wa ba sepodisa šiba boga ke a leboga bembaka ke leboga ka mokwana ga nna le mokgotsi ya ka šoka mmona o gona o tlile go betse ge re moreta re ke kgomo ya maina a mantšhi a mangwe o tloa tšea boroka kua ga bomonare ka bopokona ditšhaba ga bomonare wa matlapirwane beng baka meta ra go leboga mmago nna go fele o e ba gare ga batho o a tseba o a lokologa ke a go leboga mologadi go sepela le o mmawešo ke tlile le pebetse le moremadi maraphela ke bona basadi ba gešo ba ga gešo mogatša ke šo emelela ba go bone puti ya kgoši o swere magoši ga botse beng baka ra go leboga mongaka wa tseba o seroto mo go romegeng wa romega tatitswai o sa tsofale o no ile le mošimanyana go tabola tša pele beng baka ya ka tema a ke tlo le tamiša ka moka ba le tamiša basadi ba gešo ba ka mo le bo mma maina le mafadela mama phalla ke a go leboga mmawešo le bana ba ka ba gona ka mo re go ntse le beng baka re tlo bolla ka taba e nngwe ke go dumediše go betse le tafola ye e botse ya gešo bo mma go nna šima ka mo bo mma lešaba ke a go leboga mmawešo o re beetse mogaladi wa ga borena ga botse re kole bose re tsikinyegile wa tseba o swantse re ge go le gare ga dipolelo o tsikinyege beng baka ke rata go gopela tshwarelo ke tsogile ka 4 o'clock be ke ile lekung ka masemo la mošate be re boloka mokgoma e mogolo wa mošate ke ona mamogolo ake tsogile 4 o'clock 5 be ke sepela ya Pretoria ge ke boa ke itse kotla ka se ba re tlo thoma latanyana ka fitlha ka gae ka re ke re mpeteganyana ke name maoto bare ke lekhweditše beng baka ke hunadi ya bauba nna ke kgome botsia ka mošate phaga sa matseba go lebe basadi wa tseba a ra swana gore re tinyatše o le mosadi o sa tinyatšane ka nako ye a ke tsebe gore basadi kua morago ba ile ba tšea taba ba e bea mo ba ikukile ba e beile mo wona a fa o iša pele na lena ba baswa nke taba tše di bolela go tšee kgwedi a tsaya go bile dipolo tše botse ene kua morago ka rebe ke sona mara ba tla ntshebela re tla buša bo mmapalisi ba tla re botsa gore be ba reng ke a tseba gore mo go kgobokanego basadi ba le go gona ditaba di tlo tswelela magagešo tlhorišo ye ya basadi le bana ka nakwe go ntse le tata gore na ka mokgwe go betse o ba sa bolela gore ba ile go boloka motho gomme motho o mošitše letsogo ebile o hlokofetše ka baka la banna mara ba sa le gona banna ba ba sa kile go tabe jwale ka e ba gagešo mara o tetšea jwang ngwane o le monna o sa hlakiša mosadi ja gore mara o le one o tekwa jwang ngwane gabotse ke ra gore ke a botšiša ba gago ge o le one o sa tšea letsogo o iša ga mosadi o sa mo hlorisa marago a magwadi a re mošate o tabiša marena o bona mošate magotšane ba abekile marago a magwadi a re ye mošate o tabiša marena wa bona mošate magotšane ba abekile re ka no sega marama ga gešo taba ye e ka nako ye go betse wa tseba be re sera sonna ore ka re go saya ka gonnyane bo swantse re bitše banna ba dire ba ditaba tše gore mara ga botse o tokwa jwang ga botse o sa tshoriša moga tšago mosadi motho a go opa ke monna a go opa ke mosadi a go opa ke modimo a ke tswelelang ko magagešo le kua tšhemong ya etene ke e boletše malaba ga re le bommawešomo gore kua tšhemong ya etene a se mosadi modimo da kwa a efa Adamu molao e fa ba sona are o se ko ye stressa gare ga tshimo e de stress se gare ga tshimo a se o se bola o ba shigo fa batho ba ke Adamu o butse ke modimo e fa o ba sona mosadi ka se dire phoso magage mosadi ntongwe le go ba mmotsa gona o e lebelela a se mosadi a go dira phoso e dirile ke mo ka ba butse monna mo le ba butse yo ni kusheng ga botse beng baka ni kusheng ga botse ba shiba mainama waina mologa mainama waina mologa mainama waina mologa ke moloi wa dituriwe wa ke le boga beng baka ke le boga bomma gonna le botata gore na bao ba tshwara go ga botse o se go go tshuga no phuthuloga re go bona re le lebeletse phuthuloga ana o swara jwa mosega go le bana ba le ka mo boshate magagesho le nna se ke lo re se ankwela mara ba nkwetsa ba nkhutse nna maphumpane ya botsoka le mo botheledi ya maruta a se a tšea telele a ke re motho o no kwa dingwe o dore ba ile ba re ba le ka ba nkhwetsa a e no tšea matšatšena e fedile go nwa re sepela ga botse ke kwa mošate magagesho bogoši a ke thome bogoši bogadi ke tswa ka gešo ke legoši nna ke ngwana kgoši mampuru le thebe swana lo ka tubatse kgolo ya magata ka ditote maramaganywa a re emeng basadi ba gešo nkeke ene banna ba o se ka go te monelelo o tlho motshiletswe ke kole pele nngwe go thwe go dira bana go bohloko no go dira bana go bose go dira bana go bose le nkwiša kere go dira bana go bose go moima go ka no go mola le mola mara ke nako ke tloše ya go dira ngwana gore a go bose no ke mo go bose go dira ngwana le monna o mo ratago le bolela ka maina a maphaga a ke re ga le dira ngwana magagesho ga le bolela le ga le sa dire ngwana le o dira tsone tšeo le bolela ka maina a maphaga go seno ga fete ba re bore ke seretse gona mo basadi ba gesho ge o le gore o tshwane le tlhoriso o ihumoletse o sa e bolele o dira phoso batamela basadi šiba ba gona ba mmušo šiba ba gona ba etapele le bona šiba ba gona batamela yo mongwe mmotse nna bothata jwa ka šiba le nna khuda dia ba o bo katla ka kwa ga bona di bego tšentši re diela file monna ra mbitša a tlamo gante go direga monna motho ke mogatšago o mo kgethile gare ga bonkgethe methepa ditheletše Wala go bile o tla keng ka ene. Ge le go netse se go sa dulile fa sebetsa. E seng go hlorisa motho go motia o mmolaeng. Ha dire sore ke manna ba gesho. Ye ga botse le jaki e le sa re botse go yona. Mosa ya ba se ba gesho. Le rena re se ke ra khotsa monna no ba monna ke re go betse. Monna ke monna. Santoro o mo rete magatša go mo rete o mmitša thobadi ya boroko o mmitša motho a metla e bošego monna a ne metla e mosaro ne metla e bošego wa le magagesho le tatiswa ke rena ke re basadi ba gesho a re o ska khumolla mathata lo ka malapeng tatiswa le rena ga tlile ka mošate ra sole di be ga sa le gona o go tla monna motseng ba re o hlakisa mosadi a go ga sa le gona ga e sa le gona re thušana le ba sepodisa mara ka kwa ga bona re le lakaletša gore hle banna ba gesho ba le gona puti sankara ke bolela motho tša ba sorry julang ga botse tate mogolo ke kgone le bona go tlo sorry phone motho a bolela wa o nkgatla ka kudu ke ne di gare ba ke re nna wa le beng ba be ke sena gore ke tšetelle ka re ke tlile morago ke leboga basadi bao ba le go gona basadi ka di swa ke le basadi kwa morago ba dirile na wena o dira eng o dirile eng ge o se wa dira a re o dira o se ka bona batho ba kgauswi yone ba tlhakono batho go yona ka ra a se ba gesho no gata magato ke molato pele ga modimo basadi kwa morago ba dirile ba ya ba a be re swara pasa e le kgologolo go swariwa yona mara basadi ba ya basadi la ba tseba wa winning ba tikisela mantela ba bang ba ile boyo na wena o di ba tsere morwalo ba o beile mo wena o no lebelela o tshelo o di phatlalatse ba re go tshega tlhabana mathuko e tlhabana mmidibidi khoshi go betse eshu re gare moreta re mitsa go maina mantši a go maina ga re ka thoma re ka se a fetše basadi ba gešo ke a le bona ene ke a le bona e maemang lena ka kudu ba bašwa e maema basadi ba gešo re a dira le golofetše le koša ya mapostolo ba re le ga go le thata re golofetše go rapela le rena mmušo wo ga borena gore go rata go mmotsebotse o re gape ga o nyako ba gabotse ba gare ga batho le gonne e beng ba ka le ntshwareleng be ke apere sepedi ke gore ga ke fitlha gape be ke re ga ke satla ke swere ke maroko ke no ra ere ke no tšea roko banna a gona molato meta o ntshwarele mmago nna ke ra meta o ntshwarele mmago nna mara mmago rena shu kgoši manoke ka mo o na le rena re fele re ba le ena ke morwarrake ke morwarrake ra go leboga mmago nna go ba gare ga batho o a phuthuluga go ba ke rutile ke monara a sebolaisa monara a phoša malope moroka ke ra mogaladi wa ka monna go betse monna o santore ga o mmona ga ba a tswile o sa kwatile a ke re o tlile o santore o segate o santore o kwate ga a tswile o kwatela ga a tlile monna o tswile o koa kwate ge a boa o a kwate o nyaka eng ga botse na o buile tlogela tšela bebeng ba kartome james be ke re ga ke ile ke moreta ke re ke monare a sebolaisa monare a phoša malope moroka le bona phuthi ya boditša ka matlho motsane wa mmalapene wa kgoši ke tšhaba la nkwa ke ene wowe o ba re ga tloga every day o khwisa ka sepedi ko boria gona wa tla o ba nkatla every day le go nwa dikisa ga go di sa le gona mo go nna mo ke a mo reka beng baka banna no dira le rateng mosadi ga go a gone mosadi ga go santse o mo rate beng baka o mo rate o re ke go kgethile gare ga bonkgetheng methepa ditheletse o mo rete mosadi wa retwa le bana ba ntho nngwe le nngwe o seba gore o sware gabotse le kgomo ga o e gama go bapodi o itile molodi o swara gabotse o tlo e bona e tlo ntšhatša yona le monna magagae ke a bona puti wa sega maraletse fatshe okay le monna go betse le ena o santore ga a tsena o morete mogatša motho beng ba kertediketse re se ka go rena re le phoso basadi no re se ka rena ka tlhakore re na le phoso a re ba rete banna ke bana ba rena ga di swaleng bole ga monna ka wa jwa mbawe monna ga ka wa jwa mmawe wa le bana go a ka re se re jwa tata wena re a lebelega re rateng beng baka re rateng re a le rata a re rataneng a ke mafelelong nna mamokebo wa baroka tula mošidi molamo wa go bolaya baloi ba fagafaga mahlara tlhoka manamelo ga o le mosadi o se ka namelega nne ya thelela to tshwanetse mo thelele le o tlo dula o le moswa o ya kwa le kwa bemang ga ke re go legane banna ba ga ba lefereng mara o se ka no kgotsa o namelega nne o namelega ai mosadi ga a namelege mosadi o tshwanetse o sepele gabotse hallelujah ke a go leboga ba se ke a kwa le thabile ka moka ke rata gona ka mogo ka moka mara polle le khone ke na be ke sene ke ba go ndira ke thumo tlala mafolofolo a re opeleng gape go opela go dira gore o be ga botse kori o santse re ga le mositsana magagašu ga ba re selo o tabogele pele ga ba bolla se o ile pele banna ba tlotla ka morago ba re a ba rata ke bana ba rena Ra le rata le bana ba rena hlomphang basadi ba lena go betse ra tseba gore le sore mathata a matse mara ra e bona la ile botata gore mosadi ga a teiwe nne hai mosadi o swariwa ga botse maopale mosadi o swariwa ga botse mara banna ko go belegetse bana mara ke sa o sa nthuta ka awa nna tseo ba re sa itse tsa mona a sa dijetse mogalo go se ba sa dijetse tseo ba ka no timelela go no ba gona ga bua o thabile o no sa kwatetseng ga tile na mara go kwata ga tla go sa go kwatalo motho o tlogile o kwatile ke mogatsa go wa monyaka o buile le gona o sa kwatile ga di ha buile o tlogela tsela mathomeng tse dintse ntshwamotse le ka se wage bana baka yeo ke ra gore ba re ngwale a hloka modite molao tšea tseleng ke ra gore yeo le itšeng bana ba ka o tlo e bona monna a magagešo ga a tsena ka lape o santse gore o mo thabele le tle le boletša lela ka nako le di bolelago mara le ka kua bedroom ka kua a go sekele ka kua bedroom a go sekele ka ga go dira bana ka kua le ga o thušela bodutu be mosepišo wa modiro ke go lebogile ngwana mmatswalake ke itse košana bathong basadi košana diambatla basadi oh basadi bombe basadi bombe basadi bombe basadi shiwe basadi basadi bombe basadi bombe Robert basadi bombe diambatla basadi bombe ra le leboga bomma weso diambatla re a leboga la tswa mošate re le agela legora ke kgopela go setladi go tloga ga fa re leba go the provincial commissioner of the South African Police Services in Limpopo, my boss, by the way, Lieutenant General. All right. Peleria fa or gopela go fa the provincial chairperson of the Black Management Forum.
Ke a leboga. Amagoshi o re laile. Re laile. But for now, colleagues, the MEC needs to run very quickly. So we wanted to hand over the gift for Renare Saleritola Belega celebration. For now, MEC Clare, we hand it over officially. MEC for your time.
Ka ona mmina thoka ola wa go ntšha ke mmagorena wa basadi tiang maatla re ashara the provincial commissioner of the South African Police Services, our #1 protector mo Limpopo. A re tsweleng pele. Basadi
basadi bombe diamata basadi bombe diamata basadi bombe diamata basadi bombe diamata. My program director, one of our own intellectuals in our space, thank you very much. Ospaledi said, MEC is speaking very nice speech. Sipedi sas kukuni kasut. But unfortunately, na kim Swazi. Pure typical Swazi. And when I'm in Kukune, I feel so comfortable Because in Skukune, there's a mix of everybody. Now I feel at home. Let me start by saying, Program Director, I think Upumile Putimpo, but in my humble greetings goes to the chairperson of the BMF, Development Managerial Leadership, Mr. Mpo Mutsei, and the rest of your team. Thank you for making it possible for us to come and sit here. Bese ngisa inhlonipho ku Kgoshigadi Phahla and Kgoshigadi Manoki. The MEC for Social Development in absentia, Dr. Masemola, who just left us. The acting mayor in absentia also she went out. And let me also acknowledge the Mr. Tsietsi Malema from the Constitutional Development, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. I don't want to forget any other person, but safe to say all protocol observed. But allow me to acknowledge my two brigadiers who are here. The women that keeps Fita home towards safe. Over and above, I'm not going alone. I'm with my CFO, Brigadier Manganye, who works in my office. This is the woman who carried the purse of the province, and she do it diligently so. I'm introducing them for one reason, so that we can all understand, you know, being a provincial commissioner, the very first woman in this province of Limpopo, after, I don't know, after democracy in 1994, if you get in my office, you can see in the wall, all were men. And they have been leading this province. Now, every time when someone calls me, particularly men, I think women, they pick up quickly. There's a woman now. But men, when they phone me, Putimpo, they will say, Mr. Hadeb. And I don't blame them, because they were indoctrinated to believe that it's only men who can lead the police organization. And they planted a seed like, if there's a woman, maybe we are not safe. Believe me, you are very safe. We are very safe in our hands, and more safe because God gave us multi-skilling. We are so multi-skilled and multi-talented at the same time. Men, they only focus in one corner. They finish this thing and before they can start with another one. But today's agency requires the skills of the women, because everything is urgent. So a woman can be able to touch in all angles and make things happen. Begile go Hamarishane with MEC Masimbula last. Now we had a community meeting. It was on a Sunday, and so many promises that have been made. One of the crucial promises is the service center closest to the people, and the community was saying no. So many promises has been made. Now we want the police station urgently so. And I said, and they said to me, Mina, I must make a commitment in writing. Now, Mina, I've been asking them, because now it's a woman who came, you want a commitment in writing. All the men behind me that you are telling me they made the commitment that they did not fulfill, you did not make them to write anything down. Trust me, maybe they left it for me to come and complete whatever that they have left. And they look at me, but okay, we trust you. So I'm saying, as women, we will have to make it happen. Wherever, if particularly when we have stepped in the shoes of men, which are so big for us. And people, when they look at you, when they look at me, but Amara, this commissioner, can you really catch criminals? Because maybe Futsi are But let me say, in terms of leadership, leadership is about you influencing people to deliver the results. And that is what I have, that I can be proud of that in this province, we're going to make it happen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Putimpo, you have blessed us this afternoon for such an engagement as we close this Women Month. My humble greetings to you and to everybody who made it possible to be here. As I was preparing myself, I thought I'm going to find a lot of men, but I'm finding a lot of women, and I'm a woman as well. Issues and problems of women is things that I know on a daily basis. But I wanted to know, what is the problem of these men that we love so much, but they take us to punching bags? I thought today I will listen to men talking and asking questions. How do we get away with this thing that has engulfed us and make us to be monsters who we are? But here I'm sitting with these women in front of me. But let me align myself with the president of the country, Babu Ramaphosa, who said the agenda for gender-based violence and femicide is not an agenda for the women, it's an agenda for men. And thank you, you've committed yourself that you need to continuously engage and establish men's forum, that these things need to be discussed at length. But we cannot continue speaking to the converted, because these women, gender-based violence in the majority and in the main, it affects women. I'm sitting here, I'm not saying as a provincial commissioner, men are not abused. You must hear me very well. I get so many calls from most respected men who will tell me how much their wives are abusing them. So this thing is rife. It looks no gender, but we are saying in the main, women, our girls, our young boys, they are vulnerable as well as the agent. And then they need our attention and agent attention for that matter. That is why Putimpo has scheduled this, so that we have these agent discussions that we need to embark on continuously. So let me say, in addressing GBVF, gender-based violence and femicide, is a very intricate issue. It demands a multifaceted approach, I must say. GBV needs more than the police to deal with it. And all eyes, sometimes they're looking at the police, and we are at the receiving end. And this receiving end, we find ourselves between the devil and the sea. Now, you go outside, you mobilize, you educate. GBV reporting cases, they go up. When they go up and you go to report your crime stats, the country says, no, police are doing nothing. It drops in terms of reporting, then the community go up in arms again. Police are chasing people away from the service centers. So we find ourselves in all this particular blame game that we always have. And moreover, we are the first person who come into contact mainly with the victim of GBV. Let me say, Putimpo and all the guests that are sitting here, GBV is deeply rooted in our communities. Rooted as it is, it talks to the behavioral pattern that we see on a daily basis. And we need a collective effort to deal with it. We need all stakeholders, including government, MEC, civil society, and the citizens to come forward and join us in this particular struggle. As the provincial commissioner in this province of Limpopo, I'm very convinced that through responsible citizenry, working together with our communities, joining the CPFs, we are very convinced to that is the way to go, and is the most way that we can be able to deal with this scourge. The communities play a pivotal role, because you are a neighbor of another woman. You know every day that when this man come from the joint drunk, he's beating this woman, chasing the children away, and you just provide them that shelter sometimes, and even sometimes getting scared today in this time to give them the shelter to sleep because now this man has chased them away. But you just shy away to report it to the police because this woman does not have strength. In many instances, woman doesn't have strength to report that my husband is beating me every day when he comes home. Even if when they've taken that particular courage, 2 days down the line, this man comes, I see that I don't know what went wrong with me, because that's what all these abusers are saying, that I love you so much. Something went wrong with me that he and I can't touch all of a sudden. I don't know what went wrong with me. Please, can you forgive me? You will continuously forgive this man until a coffin is in front of your children and a nice bouquet of flowers that you never got when you were still alive. So it's crucial, because what we see happening in our space, we feel men are not, they are getting away with this murder. Because even if you don't get a husband that abuses you physically, but the husbands, you might, and us as professionals, let me tell you, happy we are police, but we are not immune. Me, I'm fortunate because 30 years of my marriage, unfortunately, my husband passed on. But I had a man who supported me. I would not have been a provincial commissioner for that matter. But in this day's life, our young girls cannot ascend to the throne of responsibilities because they have their partners who, when you start to raise your head, he just hit that head to go down. Because tomorrow you're going to be pompous and all men are going to be look at you because you'll be viable and sustainable to sustain yourself. We need abo mela bafana nabo maru nabo Hoshihati Pash, who says we have stepped up and stamped our authority, because now in these chairs that they are sitting, they've been shaken as women, because in the belief of some men who are not converted, they still believe that the woman's place is in the kitchen, nowhere else. Now I'm saying women in majority, they withdraw the cases. And it's a painful reality, because when they withdraw the cases, they don't tell their family that, no, I told the police to withdraw the case. They will even tend to say, no, the police did not want to help me, and say a lot of reasons that are negative when we tried to assist as we have. As a department of the police, our role in the 5 pillars that Budumpo spoken about is to respond to these particular issues in a positive way. There's no way we can just say, no, this case, we're not taking it. But these things that we are experiencing in our institution, it doesn't go with difficulty and challenges that we also experience within our own centers as well, that on a day-to-day, I have to deal with it. Let me tell you a story. In many instances, men don't go and report. And I think society has formulated that men are not abused by women. And happy we laugh. I don't want to lie. Most women, hey, that man, this wife is clapping him. We am shy and every time. We laugh, City. Because majority of us, that's what we say. It's the language that we say. But then men find themselves helpless, because GBV in the eyes of, and police are not immune, because police are part of the community. Police station makhubela lapha. This morning, I'm here to open a case. He'll say, I fought with you. Are you a man enough? And we are promoting something else, a monster that develops in this particular man. He's trying to run to go and find help, but is unable to get the help. The doors are shut just in front of him. When he goes back home, he will stammer and stammer. The main thing comes out of him. And then tomorrow we go and attend. The wife has been shot, the children has been shot, and he shot himself at the same time. leaving all relatives and friends distraughted by that incident. Now, we always encourage our members to say the part of the support and care and treating these victims with courtesy and respecting their rights is very important. But we are faced with some challenges at some point here and there. There are challenges that we are confronted with. You see, there is this thing that you get me, I get a lot. I got the community talks to me. Very general, a man says so. I had a protection order against my wife, and the wife, I had a protection order against my wife, went to the police station to serve the protection order. A policeman went. The next day, this policeman is going out with my woman. What do we think as women as well? If really in real sense we have done that, we are creating a society that we're not gonna manage and contain in the future. We are making these men arrogant and bully more emotionally so. And that is why we see this gruesome femicide that we see happening in families. Some of them, we are the advocate of those. I spoken already, we have a two-way approach in the subs, that we do the proactive part. We also do the reactive part. We are solely indebted to our family violence unit that are so overburdened by these particular cases that they are carrying. And at this point in time, let me tell you, the cases that we are collecting in the province of Limpopo, they are alarming. I was like, last year when I came here in August, I felt I'm in another corner of the continent. In Limpopo, 8 children were murdered, raped, found in houses of perpetrators, found dumped in rivers. And I said, I've never seen this in my life. But we thank God that this month, as we're going to close, because sometimes you don't understand what's happening in August month, and when we start the 16 days of activism, you see a pattern that you have never seen, whether it's anger that comes out. We want to show these women. I don't know. I think researchers must help us to check why in this particular month we are collecting so many cases than other months of the year. This year, this month of August, I think I'm closing the month of August, and I'm still praying for the days that are left to put in to say I must not collect any cases at this point in time. I've made a mark in the previous quarter. We have reduced in terms of the GBV in the province. I'm damn worried. I think one of my worry is the Toyando currently. Whether, I don't know his practices, I'm still talking to the university to do a serious research and look what is happening, why Toyando is experiencing this particular problem. The MEC, I think he spoke about in sequence how the district, they follow each other in terms of collecting these cases. But Vembe Toyando in particular is a problem. It has graduated into the top 30 nationally in terms of the GBV. And then Capricorn, Mankweng, and Seshego has also featured in the top 30 national. I think I have 4 stations that are featuring in the top 30 national. That gives me sleepless night. They wake me up during the night. Mopani, Bulubedu, it's Giane and Bulubedu that has come up very strongly, particularly on the issues of children, the rape of the children. But Sikukune, I did not have any station of Sikukune that has escalated and graduated in any of the categories of crime that I'm dealing with, that graduated into the top 30 national. When I'm talking about the top 30 national, I'm talking about the whole country, all the stations that has increased in their cases competing amongst each other. And they just select the top 30. And if your province is in the top 30, as a provincial commissioner, I don't think you can sleep, because you need to remove that province, that station in that part, in that category of the top 30. Waterbeck, I had Mawereling, which is also problematic. Now I'm saying in Skukune, I think Bohoshihati Pasha and Bohoshihati Manoke as traditional leaders and Bahoma, I think they're doing a great job, I must say, because it looks like there's still morals in this particular part of the province. And I don't know what they are doing in their circles where they sit as leaders of the community. But the only thing that I know is that subjects listen to leaders. But they listen to leaders. And I think Iskukune is one of the districts that has got so many royalties that are leading this particular end of the province. And we must applaud them for the work that they are doing. And I cannot just keep quiet and not appreciating these brigadiers that I've appointed. I think they are not very long in this province. They came almost with me. Just when I step in the province, I appointed them. Believe me, rest assured, Beggars 40 towards you are safe. I even told, I'm normally sitting in accounting with all station commanders. I said, you know what, I'm very proud as a woman police commissioner, because all the stations that are doing well are led by the women. And it's a challenge for the men who are station commanders as well. So we need to celebrate the work that they are doing constantly. So, and remember, we have a touch of talking to people who are reckless in their soul. When a person, we might not give you what you want or what you want from our offices, but when we leave that office, we would have counseled you, we'll play social workers, we'll play everything, pastoral care as well, everything that we can play. When you go out as a changed person and you feel better in your soul and you are able to move further. Now, Putimpo, I'm saying, this is a challenge that we are having. I'm talking at Sikukun. I'm not saying you are immune from this scourge that is bothering the whole country. Yesterday, I was coming from a family where, because we are also putting our mothers into a serious predicament situation, because we keep on staying in this gender-based violence-related relationship forever. And it's time, girls, that we must move out. You can't wait for this man to cut your ear or take out your teeth before you can decide you need to move out, or make you somebody else so that any other man will not even be able to see you, because in their mind is that if I can't have you, nobody will have you. Umkwenyana has stabbed the mother-in-law, has stabbed the wife and ran away. Now, when I get to know, now the mother-in-law died in hospital. Now I had to say to the police, hey, you didn't arrest this person when it was just an assault. Now, yesterday, I said, I want this person behind bars. And I'm telling you, they woke up 12 o'clock, General, we are on the street, we're looking for this man. 5 o'clock, they were saying we have arrested him. And I got the strength to go and face this family. So I'm trying to say, we are really taking this thing serious, because we know what it does in our communities. When it comes to our proactive approaches, it's when we do all these campaigns that we're doing, the engagement with stakeholders, the men's forum that we go there and speak in circles of women, where all over, and there's so many things that the police are doing. And at some point I said to Minister Kele, when Mankweng has picked up, Mankweng has picked up a lot of cases. And I said, but Minister, the awareness that we are doing to go and tell women, if the man does this, it's an abuse, go and report. It's what make the cases to be more. Because people tend to understand their own rights and what is it that they need to bring in the space of the police. It's not that these things were not there, but now we are creating awareness. When you create awareness, we'll obviously pick up the cases. So we are continuously doing this awareness jointly with the DSD, the Department Masimula, on a continuous basis. And we are sure that we're going to yield the results that we want to see at the end of the day. Let me indicate that in our main aim is to end violence and empower women and girls and promote non-violent, equitable, and respectful relationships. I believe this is something that involves every one of us. As a result, we need to play a part, all of us. Nobody does not have a part to play. Please, this thing is not for the police. We are just at the receiving end. This thing is for all of us. Why, when you see this girl abused by this boyfriend because he buys everything that he can need in his space, financially is not viable, you don't go and say, hey girl, I see like Natsi, you are sinking here. Find another way. Because what we see, there's a girl I think that I know, and I won't tell the name, but I will narrate. He says, General, I'm sitting in a very vital relationship. I went out with a thug. This person is a heist man. And I said, oh no, this is the one that I want. And he says, but this man wants to kill me now. I don't want him. We went to families, we spoke. I'm running away. I cannot even go to work. Now I even find a place at the corner where I hide just for me to wake up and go to work so that my child can have something. We have a child with this person. And I asked a question, when you started to go out with this man, what were you saying? Didn't you see that this man is a thug? When he was providing for you, while he's not working, where did you get the money to buy you all the, and he was doing everything for me. And when I woke up, I realized that this man is really right into the syndicate of the heist. Now help me. Now he has come, now he sent me a message. He says, I know where you are staying. I'm coming for you. I find myself helpless how to help this person because I can't say run away and whatever. I said to her, did you open cases? She said, yes, I opened cases in Petersburg. What happened to those cases? Yes, this person went to court and he was given the fine and the fine is out, but he's after me. So I'm saying in some of the things that we put ourselves just because of greediness, just because to compete with our peers and to look like we have it all when we have nothing, it puts us in difficult situation, particularly our young girls, because they are enticed by these people with everything what they have. Now help me that we fight this. In January this year, the President Cyril Ramaphosa signed into law the new legislation aimed at strengthening efforts to end gender-based violence with a victim-centered focus on combating this pandemic. I'm therefore galvanizing for the support of all of you who are sitting here, men and women collectively so, to become gender activists in your own space. Talk about this thing. Tell them the little that you know. If you don't know, refer this person to the police. I'm telling you, there's a rural women who still believe, and not only rural women, Mepash, even the educated and the well-off young women who we know that they can manage on their own. You hear them telling you that, if your boyfriend does not, it's a disease. Women are sick. And they celebrate. He has got interest on me. He loves me. And that is not love. He's killing you, unfortunately. Therefore, I'm urging all of you to become gender activists wherever we are in order to end the violence inflicted to our girls, to our boys, to Abokhunu, and mostly to all the women of this country whose voice has escalated to the highest level And even I think God is surprised what happening in this earth. Otherwise, the goals of the National Development Plan, which our country has committed themselves to say we want to see our girls walking in the streets safely with their whatever that they can wear, whether they have put the short skirt, they walk safely, and no man will grab them and take them to the bushes and rape them. Where when we get into our houses, we can sleep without people breaking into our houses, even going to an extent of killing our loved ones. If we don't do that, this goal that is so beautiful will just remain a dream. We have to change these behaviors and see GBV as something that should not be tolerated in our communities. We need to defend the women's rights for equality, freedom, and security by playing our different roles as society. I must encourage that we need to encourage a reporting of gender-based violence through all relevant role players without looking away. Finally, let me throw a challenge to all of us again, who is sitting in this sitting, to take part in endeavors that are aimed not only in GBVF instances, but in all the crime fighting efforts that the women in blue, they are making every day as initiatives to make sure that this country is safe for all of us. In the words of Step Panic, I would like to say to you, unity is strength. When there is teamwork and collaboration, wonderful things can be achieved. So we can all achieve the South Africa that we want to see, which is articulated in the National Development Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleague. Sorry for keep on jumping in. I would like to call, because of the time, I think you are aware of the road here going back, right? So it's not easy. So especially going to Johannesburg. Seslebo, can you please come forward? I want to honor her so that she can be able to leave, because she's going back and driving back to Johannesburg. Can I get the present, please, and the pictures there as a token of appreciation? Colleagues, without Seslebo, this wouldn't be successful. So she's the one who said she's going to make sure that we are doing these dialogues across the country, Commissioner. So in our province. So she committed, they didn't have a budget. She had to go and advocate on our behalf. But she said next year she will put us in the budget to make sure that we roll it out. We had where the problems are. We want to be with you and work with you as the Black Management Forum. Include us. Thank you, colleagues. I think I'll give it to the program director.
Rialeboga, Magorena Mekadebe, moetapele wa sepodisa ka mo Limpopo, ba re gopela ka dilo tse pedi, ba re botsa ka two-way approach. Two-way approach a ke bolle ka Sepedi, ba re thibela e phala kalafo, akere ke the proactive approach. Ba bua ba re tlhare sa muši ko go katologa. Goba ntwapalo e riang, ntwapalo ya lesa bo Magorena, that's the reactive one. Ga o thomo bona go bethile gape, o gopole re tlalo la motho ga le ba polelo ka thoko ga tsela. And let's indeed be gender activist, proactively and reactively so. Pele di ka hlaga, a re boledisheng bana ba ga borena botata go rena masogana ga borena. Mara ga di hlagile gape, le se ke la re ka gore ke na pele ya mo tseba la ibipa. Di procedure ka moka tša maleba ga di followiwe, a tla kgone go sokologa ka gore ga a fetša ka ngwetši ya lena, o thoma lena di kgaetšedi ka mogae, le tloga le re le mo utile. In those words, re kgopela go tšwela pele, re hlompha nako, gana bjalo re ya go our guest speaker, yena ke the DDG ka officing ya Department of Justice National, ke Ntate Tsietsi Malema, about the Mchengaloro. 5 to 7 minutes, thank you.
You're discriminating now against me. I'm the only one that is giving time limits. Dumela. Ke a Tamisha. Ke mo botso ba mo Limpopo. Ke dirile spedi kwa sekolong mara ke dirile spedi se le sa kwa Kalkishini. You know, ke ka ithuta le Sesotho. Sezulu le Sesotho. So it's very nice to come to the province, you know, not the one that we speak back in the township. So I'd like to take the opportunity, Program Director, the BMF, to greet all the dignitaries, the MEC, the Executive Mayor, the District Mayor, the Royalty, the Commissioner and the colleagues, and the members of the BMF and yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to be long. I just want to share with you what we have done as a department to also be part of this fight against gender-based violence. Mara, before Gitoma, I just want the men present here to stand up and say, nah, I am not part of the abusers. Let the men stand up and let us confirm who we are not. Yeah, we are not. Let's raise our hands and say, we are not part of the abusers. Yeah, we condemn men that abuse women and children. And if we know them, we will report them. Thank you, May. And we're not saying this as a statement. This is something that we believe in, right? It's not something that I do because I'm on a public platform. It's something that I believe in. I've never put a hand on my wife. I've never put a hand on my children, and I'll never do it. All right? But also as men, we must say, and this is something that we experience sitting in a position of power. Because you see, power is very temptatious. Power is very seductive. Power is very nice. And you get a lot of things that come your way when you have power. But you must respect your power. So that when other people who are vulnerable, and because they think, especially with high unemployment rate and all that, and people want to make you offers, don't take advantage of them. Understand their position and guide them or no. You must do this and this and this. This is how you must prepare yourself for interviews. Go and look at this strategic plan of that department. Look at this and this, then go and apply. All right? Don't take advantage because this lady is desperate. Yes. So this is the kind of men that we want to cultivate. But I also want to say, let us also raise our children as equals. Right? Let us not say, you understand? I get acknowledged when I walk in, but my sister, when she walks in. You understand? So we must say that we must teach our children because this thing, it goes both ways. Okay? Men and women. Even about chores, household work. We should be saying to Mushima, again, my daughter, everybody in the house. Then there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. It is my house. I've paid for it. So if defense are really chilla and I don't like them and my wife will busy with saying it, and the one who thinks I'm a fool, I don't care. This is my house. It's my house. Then I get contributed. So the role, if my wife akula, what's the problem with it? or ka tsa laundry go pula di nele ka tsaya ka isa ko laundry. It's my wife. I get Ratushan. So that's how it should be as men, Ratushan. Now, we have also done the same thing with Department of Justice. Through the leadership at DG, we have established the Men's Forum. And these are, I can tell you, colleagues, these are very powerful institutions where we meet as men. And or how we are going to ill-treat men. We are encouraging men. You see, there's a lot of people who have pains. You know, yesterday, I think yesterday or day before, I saw a gentleman on television who is a motivational speaker. I can't remember his name, but he was relating where he comes from, how he was an abuser, and relating his experience or how he was born and how he was conceived and how he grew up and started abusing and cheating on his wife, you know, and being an ugly person. But he said he had a pain in terms of the way I was in Gati. You understand? And this pain wins at a mom said, why? You understand? Until he got counseling and then he was then supported. So part of what we discuss in these forums is to actually encourage men. Or look, in the department, if you're a civil servant, there is a EWP or EAP. It's for free. You can phone, you can WhatsApp, you can email, you can do anything, right? To talk to somebody, right? So I want to appeal to my brothers. Hori, you know, the one guy that you can just talk to and save. Don't worry who we want, but you've made a difference in that one person that you have converted. So as we go, kari Saturday, banda baya mole baya ko di chisa nyama, batla tsa dikolo espona, or baya ko di pub ba saying, you know, sneak in the conversation. Momachite, ora mara gents, wa wana rideng ya ora shabe basari ke flop mara rideng. You understand? Because again, that's where the guys meet. That's where they meet, bachisa nyama, and that's where the bad conversation emerges. So you go there and why direct your conversation. Friday, I give I Kinganda Chitia. Ya so sada kilo weaga Sunday or Monday. Ora, nja for sure. Area. Ora, mara praga give flop with it. I ready you give flop bra. Oh, level like Yamana, how okay, never worship will for passing that America Friday. Oh, waga Sunday. Again. So you tackle them. And so I'm saying, those spaces, because these people barwanyaka, baranyako bulela lo, narba visa forma. Abat. I don't come. Ubi time bizo etaigi, la macha letai, ba people konizo, ba le shevi la macha bule la fitazo. Right? They don't come. So let's go mobile and go. You understand? Right? You talk guy. And, you know, like openly start engaging them because we're the other men and you hear them, why was that so? Why were us? I think you were saying that too. Bo, I think the Mahoshu wisdom. What's the problem about that? Again, and the other thing that I want to say as well, amongst women, the gender activists, sometimes the gender activists or the feminists, sometimes they get a bit aggressive. Right? They get a bit aggressive, and because of the pain and the, you know, the issues that they have. But sometimes I think it's all that they were, you know, they just broke. They just put a wall and say, I can do well. So let's find a way. I'm not saying don't change, don't stop being an activist. Change the way in which you're approaching. Oscar, don't make them to block out. You understand? You have issues that you must address, right? But you know, be strategic in how you engage them. Engage. And don't be offended, his belief system, because that's what you want to get at. You understand? So if he believes your women are inferior, he say, oh, really? What makes you think women are inferior? So that he then tells you, because that's what you want to address. Don't stop him from telling you what he believes about women. You're not agreeing with him. You want to hear him speak out, and that's how you're going to see, okay. So here's an example that we give our men. Men's forum. We say under apartheid, white people had privilege because that's how race, they were defined that way. Light-skinned or lack of pigmentation, big ears, long nose, and that gave them privilege. That's the basis of apartheid. Yeah, white superiority. Simply because you had a long nose, and you had big ears, and you had pale skin, you became superior to everybody else. Now that battle against apartheid, we fought and won against it. But now we have a different battle, the gender equality. So what makes men think? What makes men think they're superior to women? White people believe they've got big ears, a long nose, and a pale skin. And the government put that into law and said they are superior. They will have certain jobs that are reserved for them again, and they will be paid a higher salary than other people. So we need to tackle this issue as well, right? So that we understand what is it. And I think the MEC gave a very good example here, patriarchy and the history. And so we're in another terrain struggle, and men are required in this struggle to assist women to be liberated. Women will never be liberated in their own struggles alone. Men must be part of the struggle because men are part of the problem. All right? Yeah. So I want to get back to the issues such as this now. You know, we are like the police. Nobody comes to court happily. Nobody walks to court. Hello, everybody. You know, clerk of the court. Hello, magistrate. Nobody walks in there happily. We don't have happy customers. Nobody. I've never seen Motoyang go court to Otabile. I still have to find one. I go there all the time. People go there when I'm angry. All right. So what we're doing, part of what we're doing, and I must admit this, or sometimes part of our personnel, they do not treat members of the public properly. Right. So we have programs to teach and train the clerks around Batupele and make them to appreciate for the people coming there are not a nuisance. We are there to serve the people. So I want to give just an example here, maintenance. Because maintenance has in itself GBVF. Maintenance in itself, the guy who has money who doesn't want to pay, not because he doesn't have money. It's part of the abuse, it's part of the control, it's part of trying to tell you who is in charge by denying you your rights, right? So we teach the people how to treat women, how to do the investigation, because, you know, the men that have money by feet, you understand? The person who's every day. You understand? And sometimes, unfortunately, their parents give them the money. Or sometimes they take the money, only the account to other people. Right? The cousins, sisters, transfer there's no money. But only the account is other people and our transaction. All right. So we've got maintenance investigators that assist to trace those people so that they can assist the women. Now, when you go to court, you will also find in court, there's supposed to be names here, the officials. And the topmost senior official in this province, the Advocate Sunt, she's the provincial manager. You'll find her name. You'll find the name here, the director of court operations, the area manager, the court manager. We've said they must put those things, and it must have their cell phone numbers as well. So that when you are not happy about the services that you are getting from the court, right? Somebody who batla chocho, somebody who batla dikubo, somebody who batla dotsesa, that have got nothing to do, you must report them, right? And part of how we're going to save South Africa is that you must stand up and report wrong things. We've seen what has happened in Guptas, and by the time the Guptas have stolen our wealth. So we must never allow systems when wrong things happen, we keep quiet. Now, part of what the amendments that are being done on things like domestic violence, provincial commissioner, the amendments that are coming, very, very extensive changes that have been proposed in law, is that it is now an offense for you as a member of the public, ho tsebang hore ka mo next door, ngwana wa abuse-iwa, mme wa abuse-iwa, and you keep quiet. You have a duty now in terms of the new amendments to report. All right? You have a duty as a health official, as a doctor, as a nurse, as a teacher or educator, a social worker, right? When you know there is abuse, to report it. So what the law has done, the law has been strengthened. Things like a police bail commission, that has been, in terms of the amendment, that has been revoked, right? Especially on matters that relate to gender-based violence, that the police will not be allowed to grant police bail after hours, right? On those matters, so that women are protected, right? Unless it's in the interest of justice that be done. On sentencing, or not even before I get to say, on bail, currently, the main consideration in our court would be, is the accused likely to run away? Is he a flight risk? Does he have a fixed address? Does he work? Blah, blah, blah. All right? It's actually about the accused. All right? Now, the new amendment says you must be victim-centric. You must ask, what is the victim say? Is the bail in the interest of likely to protect the woman? The release of this person on bail, what are the chances that this person will go and kill or harm the woman? And we know of examples where a man was given bail, and when he left the court, went straight to where the woman is, killed the woman, killed the children, and killed himself. Right? So the conditions that bail have now been tightened, but also sentencing as well. All right? Sentencing has also been made tougher. All right? Like your rape, your attempted murder, for vulnerable people, you're likely to get a life sentence. Right? So that there is more protection. Now you go back to DV, the definition here, what is a relationship, a domestic relationship. The definition has been expanded as well, right? It's not no longer limited to right? Even when you are in a relationship, right? Living, what do they call it today? Living partner, right? Cohabitation, that definition is now wider. More things now qualify for which you can go to court and ask for an interim protection order. And remember again, a protection order, it's an interim or temporary, right? Interim protection order is the same thing as a temporary protection order. That thing is like what is called High Court an urgent application. That's why how you go court, we are only one as a woman. Your story. And the court listens to you, and when they believe you are in danger, they give you the interim protection order, right? Just on your own version, Hosna, the man, because they believe this matter is important. For protection order, right? If it's after hours, I get to get the same thing. Now, part of the changes that we're going to be making is that these applications can also be made online now, right? That's part of the changes that are coming in terms of the new amendments, that this can be online applications. We're developing the app. So we're making justice also as well to be responsive to the fourth industrial revolution, so that, it moves with the times, right? So that we don't have these archaic systems. So we're still working on that, on our IT infrastructure to be able, or we can apply an email. You can, get onto an app, which is still under development to do those things, right? And we'll make sure that the clerks have the necessary equipment. They are on an after hours role together with a magistrate, so that you don't, because part of the problem is if you at 10 o'clock, how are you going to go to a police station? Okay. So that's why the online application is really important, because then they allow you to do that. But, part of the other things that the amendments make is that another person who believes your life is in danger as well, in terms of the proposed amendment, can actually approach court and make that application on your behalf as a woman or as a child, right? But they'll have to convince the court, So, the law has really been changed You go to another piece of legislation, sexual offenses, you know about what is called the register for sexual offenses, right? There is currently a register, right, for sexual offenders. So when you are found guilty of a sexual offense against a minor person or a person with mental disabilities, and that has also been expanded to have different categories of disabilities. If you're found guilty on that, your name goes into the register. Now there are consequences. We're not just keeping this register for fun. You can't teach, as an example. Can't be employed in education because you will be working with children. You can't work go crèche because you'll be working with children, right? You may probably not work in a hospital, maybe in an area where it is maybe the children's ward, right? So what the register does is to really protect, vulnerable people by placing you in the register. But also the period that you now are going to take with your name being in the register has been doubled, right? Normally it was about 10 years. Now it's going to be about 20 years, right? Things like the protection orders, they're not going to be interim. If it is granted, it's granted for life, right? So that the woman has that protection. I can also speak to, I think I've spoken to the NRSO, the register, the employers as well. They must do vetting when you apply. I'm not sure if Advocate Sonte and the colleagues have approached you. There's vetting that is being done amongst the police, right? Especially the colleagues that are working in the family violence unit, right? They must be vetted, or do the police officials working in these areas. Abana criminal offenses still related to sexual offenses, because you can't have a lion looking after the lambs. It's not easy. Again, you can't. So we're vetting that, right? When people apply to go and teach co-education, they must apply to the Department of Justice and ask for it. Does Mr. Malema, who wants to become a teacher in our school, does his name appear in the register? And they say, no, his name does not appear in the register. Then you can employ him. So there's a duty on the employers now, right? To be verifying, to be checking. But there's also a duty on the employee, her applier, to declare, right? So that it's a dual process, or if the employer misses it, you must say yourself. If you don't do that, it's an offense. If you are found out, or you actually, at one time, you committed a sexual offense, and I get you hope, or 10 years ago, maybe nobody will know, and I'm getting a job, right? And it's not because we don't like you, but it's because you've wronged society and you are a danger to society. And there's a chance that if we don't protect women and children, you can commit the same offense. You remember the story of a guy in Soweto, Onele, a gardener, the security, how he abused the children. So it's not just the teachers. That's why when you work in that environment, anyone who, this man was a security, a gardener, taking care of things, cockroach. Goes away a few years ago. And it turns out there is the one who was actually abusing the children. Yes. So the law has recognized that to say we need to afford women and children, vulnerable people with more protection. All right. So I've spoken to you about domestic violence, about maintenance, about NRSO or sexual offenses, and the last one, still on the amendments on criminal law amendment, it is about what is called the intermediaries, right? So the intermediaries, it's people that interface between the victim and the court, largely about TUSA, you understand? Especially in cases such sexual offenses where it's a child, or it's a minor, or a person with disabilities who may not understand court process, whatever, and all that. So the intermediary serves. That's why it's called an intermediary. Again, it's in between the court and the victim. So utusa, that person, to relay the message, You know, you go to, if you've been to into a sexual offences court, you'll find they're actually toys, right? Like genital toys. Ngwana ha kgone ho bolela hore ntate o rapileng took his penis a e tsenya monna. So there is a doll that would have a penis, and the child will then take this a doll and say to the intermediary, no, or they might use the female doll to actually show and relate to the court. So this is actually meant to assist proper evidence, right? So that at the end of the day, the accused person can be found guilty and their name immediately goes into the sexual offences register. So I thought I should share with you all these things that in terms of the law that are coming up already on the NRA, the register, the changes are already operational. In terms of the intermediaries, those changes are also operational. The only one that is outstanding is the domestic violence, right? Largely because the commissioner on our side as a department, we're busy with the regulations. The regulations have now they've now been concluded. They'll be shared with the police. We've had discussions with the national commissioner around the period of training that they require, but that is going to change a lot of things. Now, what I'm going to appeal is that as women, if you can join forces, the Department of Justice, right? So that we start educating people about domestic violence, because you see, this thing, yeah, femicide, it got domestic violence. Again, yeah, this thing, it got get out lap. Motoren get out lap, but immediately. Immediately. Before clap. Because after clap, auto in your face. After face, go to work graduate level of violence until it kills you. That's what happens. So hatoma out threaten a fella. Hatoma threaten a fella. Doesn't matter partly that person. Because although want some clothes, we are go pay. All right. So we are saying partner with us so that we have people go regional office. Commissioner, when you have your outreach as well, include Advocate Sonti, they've got the legal people there that can assist you. Legal maintenance, you are not bothering. Colleagues, when you don't, as civil servants, I get worried for what am I being paid for? Because that's what I'm getting paid for, right? The cell phone number steadily more, those people, please call me. Please call me and I'll phone back. Because at the end of the month, I submitted the claims that I signed for the money that give on your government. At the end of the month, I submitted claim back. So I know that I cannot airtime. Remove airtime at the end of the month, white claim back again. The CFO knows that. That's how the system works. You claim back. You claim back. So hey, members of the public, why one gets inside the place? We are there as civil servants to serve the public. If you don't like being there, step aside. It's when the civil service if you think the public are a nuisance, because then you're in the wrong occupation, right? So we have to assist women and children. We have to assist women in rural areas who don't know their rights. And let me tell you, the law is very complicated. The law is very complicated, right? That's why the imbizo is really important. But clubbing together, it doesn't matter you're a group of women, a social club, if you want assistance from the Department of Justice to come and help you with harassment, giving harassment, what does this law say? Those people like us on society, government, government. So they have no issue to come and explain to you how that law works. What are your rights? Because we'll become a better country once you understand the law and then you use the law. Because you see, the law, if you don't apply it, it's useless. Again, we can pass all kinds of pieces of legislation to protect you, to give you a right. But if as citizens those rights, it means very little. So I want to conclude by saying, from the BMF, that we really value this collaboration. The fight at GBVF, it's not going to be won by one department. We should take this thing like or if we defeated apartheid, I can't see only anything else. Because apartheid was complicated, and apartheid had laws that were put into place to make it to work. And we fought against that system for many years, and eventually defeated that system. So even GBVF, now with GBVF, we are saying the perpetrators, the men, we are bringing them in. But you also have men who are champions, that are going to assist. So I firmly believe, even though things are not looking good, and the women that are being killed, it's our sisters. So this thing affects us. It's not like it's some woman out there. That woman has got a brother. That woman has got a cousin. That woman has got is related to some father, to some grandfather, to malume. So this thing hurts us. Nobody, I've got a daughter who's 25 years, right? Sometimes we go high and she must go to work, and 5 o'clock in winter, she's got to be at work. So, you worry about your child, or, your child had some, even if I drive a more, will she make it to work? You understand? Because it's violent out there. It's violent out there. So all the way to check or and that kind of thing. And that's not the kind of society that we want to live in. If you look at the amount of money that we're spending, Commissioner, on private security, we are basically living in prisons. Yeah, our houses have become prisons. Or di mawota ke matelle a na le di barbed wire ha ke tsena ke na le dintja tsa ka ha ke ya go monyako mo le ke di bagla tse ding ke di beam ke di camera, I don't know, bula five different things until you get into your house because of crime. So really, thank you very much, and so let's not despair, and you can count on us that we will defeat this sketch. Thank you.
Re a leboga ntate Malema. Ge re lebeletse program gone bjalo e re tsena foyeng. A ke a re ke le monna ga ke tsebe go diriwang foyeng. Bomma go rena ba tla ba re botse, we are now going into the panel discussion. Batswadi ba rena ba tlo tšea dipotšišo go tšwa go rena ba re le mo, but also go tlaleletša mo ba ka bang ba se ba re hlatholela yona gabotse. And this item is allocated 20 minutes. We will try to say, Ares can repeat the but then Aring say napangili working, see napaso water, Usibuchisha, Nakana Ripuchisho Yana Gemma, Lager, Patano di Araba. Ubile Puchuam Rawer Nale, Namarusharas Kuku, Lohona Yang, or Fukucha di Haruji Jabong. Hopela Galito Takarayona, Evoleng. People who are watching live, good practices. Generally, who suppress this gender-based violence and femicide. And now, how then do we protect our victims in Tatemalema as well as the general? KCRAP is 10 years on the roll. If you've been towards a court, udula tatswaneng mo le suspect, and then ba dula for 3 to 4 hours o letile go bijwa ba bitsa ba re hlatsitsela tja mamang ngwanola modimo wa emela le batswadi ba gagwe ba ya ka mola ba re ha lena re ka se lebitse le hono go mang or re tla lebitsa ka nako so wa goma o dula le yena the same perpetrator go out on bail o dula na ele tatswaneng gona mo ka moraga police station mo Bakersford ke rena re ba shireletša jwang ka gore a ke re etse gore justice system a rena motho no ra kusha le hono ke trial a tepa yusha ngwana modimo o tlogile bo gautšwane go ba ka ya la ria gore ka 9 atle court for 10 years, suspect ge sa ba yo go ba yo lawyer. Ge lawyer a itlile le ena a tlile gore ke ya go change lawyer. Ka molao wa mo dumelela ke re. Please guide us in that way. Mara, because we have Black Management Forum, Kukuni District Municipality, we have also the South African Police Service. Mara ya kwa metseng. A kra se ka mo ka ba gonneng go tla mo Thaba Moshati. Putsishwa ka ke yone ya gore ba etapele ba rena, what commitment can we get? Gore ntwa mohuto e ka gona go ya go batho ba bangwe. Black Management Forum, you'll be part of the panels. If gone ka mogolo ka re thushang gore ntwe ye kwa gae le bo mma gore na ba senang Zoom. Nke ba kgono e bona le ka re thusha jwang. Le bile ke duma go boela ke be detective general. Ge ba bolla ka these amendments, section 64 ya criminal procedure. Hey, mola morago be ile ka mogomong a kre ba no tika di box o na la ga gagwe o riang a wa mo fembei. I think this amendment it tlo thusha too much. Gore nka boela ka ya ka gweba ba mmalwanyana le nna. Ka ba le yona ntwe, my firstborn is a girl. Ka ba le ntwe ya gore le nna ke ba sobeleditse. Victim centers, le tla e touch ge le re addressa. How many do we have? Timokai. Gona go ka ba le nngwe out of this partnership ya Black Management Forum. Gore re be le victim center ye nngwe ya go tlalletša tše di šetšeng di le gona bo mma gore na šiba magoši a ke tsore ba tla re fa naga na. And then ba ba dumang go aga le ka gona go thuša in that way. Ke dumelele chairperson ke rane from gona mo. Re ska tla re ba ema emisha. Re tlo šomiša revolving mic go ra re mic go le tlo no neeletšana. After this first round ba ka no clarify ke tlo tšea 5 hands and then ba di araba. To start with, tše ke di boletšeng le ka nna la thoma ka go addressa tšona re tla ba re notice matsogo ke a leboga.
Sanbonan, once more. I'm going to only talk to the issue of the victims friendly facilities. In our police station, every police station have got a victim friendly facilities. In the province, I've got 104 stations, but at the moment it's only 16 of them, which I don't have the right viable victim friendly facility that I want to see. There's just a little office in Yana where you say these people must be pushed there so that they can only be able to ventilate. But the other police station have more victim-friendly facilities. And my view is that when you come at the police station, in every police station, there's supposed to be a board at this point in time. That's what we have recently implemented. There's supposed to be a board where you go in that cubicle that says gender-based violence, because we really committed in terms of prioritizing these issues. And moreover, when a person comes for a GBV matter, we need to treat my victim in such a way that they don't feel humiliated when they report these matters, that someone is now listening, would say, hey, this person, what is it that they've done to, what is the wrong that they have done to her? So we need to foster that privacy so that at least this person can only be confronted by a police officer who is trained. I'm glad that there's a new law coming in and the regulations are going to be finalized. But we, as police, we are excited about the new law that is coming in place, and it will, most of the victims will find relief, and ourselves will be relieved for all the blames that we are getting at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Let me start just at the end to get the victims. I think part of what we must fix in the country, you see, we call the justice system the criminal justice system. Criminal. We don't say criminal offender justice system. So it means, just by definition, the system is designed for who? The perpetrator. You see, so it's part of, so that narrative, this name in itself makes us to focus on the accused person all the time. So that's why even in the Constitution, the victim, the accused person has got rights in terms of the Constitution. I'm not sure if section 35 or 34, some of them, all right? The rights of the accused person the right to legal representation, the right to an interpreter in a presumed innocent until proven guilty, the whole lot of things. So part of the narrative that we must change is to must insist, where are the rights of the victim? Because you see, so all these problems that we're having here, police stations and courts that are not victim friendly, it's because, you see, it's almost like it's an option, right? To actually create something for the victim. Because you can't proceed in court without reading the accused person their rights. Before they start, first thing that you do is they read you your rights. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to get a lawyer. If you don't have one, you know, legal aid is there. So it's a procedure. If that thing is not done, you can have a mistrial. So to give effect to the rights of the victims, you must start having a conversation that will result in the rights of the victim entrenched in the Constitution. We have something called Victims' Charter. The rights of 7 rights or what. I think it's nonsense, if I might call it that. I say the rights of those things. Because if it is the rights and they get violated, you go to the court to enforce them. You can't enforce those things. So they're not right. Right? So and I'm blaming ourselves, I'm including myself in this thing, that we're starting a debate that says, no, we have to entrench the rights of the victims in the law or in the Constitution. So we then say, like sexual offenses, when we then get money, we know when we build, there must be separation, right? For where the accused persons will be sitting, right? Separated from the accused, so that Askaba intimidated. Again, what you were saying. He's sending you a message. Or only group ya for that's a man leon. And say these people. Again, it's meant to intimidate you. So the law must protect you because you're already offended. You understand? You mustn't be the one now who must bring your crowd and this guy got bail. So all of those things about bail, we've questioned the requirements for giving bail, as I said. Now, in terms of the new legislation amendment, it's no longer going to be an inquirer. Address, what with, is not a flight risk, who submit his passport, blah, blah, blah. The interest of the victim also must be entertained by the court, right? That's why you have this thing about a victim impact statement. For the victim, ask you, what do you say? Because you are the one who has been offended, right? So it's about time or Lou and I have a say in this whole thing. So things like even go parole in terms of the new things, even on parole, when you are a person now is being considered to be released on parole, the victim, and say, this person now has served so many qualifiers for parole. What do you say? Do you still say you feel safe? You think this person has reformed, has rehabilitated? You see, now the victim is now beginning to have a voice, right? But unfortunately, we are not at the stage where in a court, we're able to provide those separations because many of the courts were actually not built as a court. They were mostly in the former homelands, they were mostly the schools, again, you know, and then converted. But as we build new courts, we have those requirements to actually make them friendly for even women who are breastfeeding. You know, they have separate rooms so that they're able. I mean, how do you feed a child to toilet? Why do we want women to feed? Who wants to eat in the toilet? But we want a child to go and eat in a toilet. It should be a room, a link separated. So the new courts have those baby rooms where you can change nappies and you can feed the child. Thank you. Oh.
Oh, putišwela ileng go magotši tšweletše go di boleditše pedi go ya go tše tharo ba re ka gore sekhukhuni šiba le a kgona go e laola tabe ya gender-based violence and femicide. Le kgona jwang gore le kgone go ba laola masogana
a ko leboge beng ba ka re ne bala ka mšate re ne le gore ge taba re e bona gore e kgone go ya fase ke moka o dikopelo nako re no khutsa re biditse banna le basadi gore mohlomongwe ke kgalebe le masogana ke moka ye mo le mongwe a reta mogatšagwe ka mokgwa le ka ona ke moka le bao ba dirago tše mpe ba thoma go boela morago le go reta sorry le go reta bo mogatšago and then ge di dutse mo le opela ke moka o reta mogatšago a gone gore a fihle ka gae mohlomongwe a tswele pele ka go tlodisa le ge go le menyanya magagešo re layabetše le ge re le gona mo re a bolela ande banna bao ba dirago tšeo di lokilego re a ba reta le bone gore no go ne le malapa oe banna bao ba tseba gore malapa a bona ba a hlokomela and then ba ba sa dirego le bona re leka gore re ba laetše and then motho a ka sena para ka tšhelete ya napa a phego o dire ka gonnyane mara ga re kgomolele re leka ka gohle mongaka go re ela tšeo tabe ba e dirago ga se yone mosadi no ba mosadi and-e bao ba dirago ga botse re a ba reta gore ele le ena a dumo di tla mošhela morago re a leboga mo re tlile thutong mane
re a reta dipotšišo di sa šaletse re na le also a clinical nurse go na le dipotšišo tše di ileng ka masepaleng go na le tše di ileng ka BMF di tlo boa di arabiwa ge re boa ka round re tlo tšea 5 hands tswang le loka ka dipotšišo ke la mathomo re na le letsogo la mathomo la bobedi okay go na le letsogo le ke le šiang okay
The commissioner is about to leave. The reason for the commissioner now is about to leave us, and I think she has done pretty well. Can I allow these proceedings before she leaves? And then I think you have done a brilliant job, Manu. Yes, yes. Can you please come forward and you token of appreciation? You don't need to disclose anything at work. Yeah. Now, but this one is 5,000. I don't know what's going to happen. No, I'm joking, Mami. Okay, can you come this side now? So colleagues, says they are moving out. I'm going to give it back to Thabang to continue with those round of questions.
re a leboga ba felegetša general ba boa ke re ge e le gore dipotšišo tša ka sephodiseng di gona re ka tswa re tšea dipotšišo tše dingwe tše di tlang ka mo go na le ba justice re na le ba masepala re na le the clinical nurses re na le sephodisa ba gona colonel Shiba also re na le mešate ya gabo rena let's allow 5 questions re na le mmago re na le tsogo la mathomo re na le tata go rena tsogo la bobedi le sa le gona re na le tata go rena tsogo la boraro a mabedi ko tšea bomme re na le mmago rena tsogo la bone a ke bone yanga lady or yanga woman a le na le mathata a le na dillo a le na dipotšišo all right thanks e thome jwang a ke thome so sepele so thanks
le nna ke rata go tšea sebaka se ke leboge ke na le dipotšišo tše pedi go mohlomphegi Malema le ba maphodisa ga ba ba fa presentation mo ba boletše ka botlhokwa bja protection order so question ya ka ke gore na go na le di-programs tša go educate community gore na ke ka fase ga mabaka a mafeng a go ka dirwang protection order because researchnyana e nyane ke dirileng e bontšha gore ga se ge go na le only violence where protection order can be done. And most of these domestic issues, they start financially and otherwise, and those provisions are covered under protection orders. My question is, do we have such programs to educate the community? Again,
lady process ka moka tša molao, do we have such programs to our educator community? Because most people only get exposed to protection order. Our system more of reactive system than a preventive system. So if Nkaba clarified more in Galabora, because there is a gap. And again, this is my last bite. I know I said two. I noticed that again, as a society, we don't understand what abuse is. We are selective when coming to abuse. Do we know what is abuse? Do we know when we violate other people? Because my thinking is that the society that we're in, we identify abuse when it becomes violent. Are we able to spot when abuse is emotional? Are we able to identify when abuse is verbal, financial and otherwise, being stalking and other things? Are we able to spot that?
We are going to the second question.
Ke a leboga. Nna ya ka nako ntši ka ra se a ena pina e ka no ba le dipotšišo mohlomong ka gare. Ke be ke a ke re gana jwalo re reacta go šetše go ne le molato mo go ba tshenyego. I was saying ke dira an appeal to us as women. Gore go na le dilo tše dingwe tše le rena re ka no go acta as a preventative method tše re ka di berekišang ka mo lapeng. Starting from a boiled child, ngwane monyane. Ke bone ke for example nyana ka mola gae ke na le morwedi o na le bana ba ba latelanang ka pele. A ba le space se sekalo. E mongwe a tlile go pele ke moshimane o ba na le go baka space ka mogola go re o lo mongwe wa mosetsanyana fela no motho a mo ruta gore ke mokwa everyday o strict le nna go nna ke jalo o re nka no re ke manager raka dilo tša ka moka code of everything ge ke dira business o na le go mpotša gore mama o ska te undermine business ina le di ups and downs kana go a bonang gore moya ka o fase o kgona go coacha gore you started this and ska stop go ge go le bad go o re go dišitše ka ona mokgwa o le very strong woman so o rutile ngwana ga wa moshimane every day ge re tsoga let me say ke tla le selo se ba swantse gore ba se share ge nka thoma ka fa setlogolo sela sa ka sa moshimane o tlo gopela go ba tšea sona sela nyaka go ngathela ngwanolo wa gabo wa mosesana gore sometimes ha mofe o le na le go ba aggressive nyana o hwetša nyaka go tšea ka moka a dula ke re hleng o ka rauši a re ke file o nkemetse ke ena a swereng gore o tlo ja selo se. Can you see gore manhood is to thoma mo kae mothele o thoma le fase a kgona go tseba gore a female need to be respected o bona o la ngwanola e le motho ile gore ga ne matla wa mogwa go ka lekana le gago ba lekane ba rena ke a gopela gore nna ke be ke rata go interview gore mola go le storm ke bona gore go hlakahlakane jwale mo a kena way out ke a molesa ke re o ka sa re motho a etla kwa wa bolela go na ile go kwa a gona sense ka mola gare tšatši le mo la fodile ke bona gore wa approachega ke be ke fo mo interview ke morela ke mogatša na ke fetše ntšuleo ke lebitša go fihla re difara o emela kwa o mpona o ka ra se nna ena a ke nyako change ka go bitša ka maina o e kwa bose be go bolela bagolo ba rena molare a re le balekane tla re kwišaneng bose ke be ke a mo interview ka re mogatša gante maabane o bo reng man ke nyaka go tseba this character ke tšere gore ke a mo tseba go tloga kua fa ba I have discovered ntengwe ya go nkwiša bohloko ya gore ke fetše ke mo lebalela gore ke lebelela line up ya dilo tše ka moka di dirileng ka re ke ka baka lang sometimes le ge ke se ka dira selo o thoma wa hlakahlakana and he submitted and say wa tseba ke sa le ngwana ke kile ka bona ye ke beng ke mo respecta ka kudu ka bona a daily wo wa female a etswa madi a ya gagabo ke moka ge a boa se ka morapele nna ka kwešiša gore go ra gore my father ke boss ene nna jwale le nna ke lebelela ke go jackson gore ke tšwele pele ka dilo tša go swana le tšeo ke tlo go botša gore approach counts I happen to know deeper that person ene rena re ira fetša e la e ba west e la e ba south re sa kgona go bolabodišana ka baka la gore I understood and o go no mpotša everything ya gore
wa bona ntho gore ke fetse ke re gorometsana ka mo ke bone Maria and Maria ke monyana ga ga go nkgapeletša gore ke motse ene o nyaka ngwa kwa go swana lo and nna a ka swanela go tlo go hlaka-hlakanya ke tope dilepe ke go rekediše just understand I'm defeated o nyaka mo motho ke monyane o nyaka mo ene wene I trust gore o kae wa dira tše botse wa direla bana ba baka le gae la go phala le o kae wa le dira I received that as a blessing motho we go na le violence ka mogare mara I picked up a very strong thing ya go te bona gore who am I sometimes se be nka be ke palela go bolela so mola mohlomong ga e tla mo ke be bua nka be le nna ke le mongwe a leng ka fase ga moo mara ke no bolela and at the end leeto le a le sepetšego o ile a boa go nna re mara Maria o feditše o bona monne mong kae o bereka kae mogatše a re fo swarelana o boga le nna ke flo jouka ka re o batamele go na le mohlašana mo ke dulago and e boletše I belt ona mokutano go re le nna go lebelela ke thabile gore bana ba ka gae ka re no tla go na le mohlašana o batamele mo ke moka re tle re thome taba jele if a ditlong ga wa tla pele ye ke no bolela gore wa tseba thuluse ba re go ke approach motho a ka fetša a ntšha dilo ka mo now so many people even one man one day told me gore mara wa tseba gore magopaledi ke tseba go loya nna a senke ke hlaka-hlakane ke folo re jwang a nkanegela le gore o rutile ke tatemogolo wa gago a reng mara tatemogolo wa gago mo fa a tool ya gore o se kwa tsoga o loile motho ya sa go tshwenyeng o fo gantšha gore wa kgona o tlo go sa le monyane ye o tlo go moloya o mo one go 6 e be gona o moloya approach is a tool thank you
re humane letsogo ka mo
ke dumediša magoši a rena ka moka le batho ka moka potšišo ya ka ke lebiša mola go ba sephodisa re kile ra ba le kotsinyana ileng ya direga a young lady a tla mo go nna e le gore boyfriend ya gage a ke šomiše gore o mo teile and then e be ile ntho e serious mo le gore ngwane o ba gobetše then ka tšea founu ra founela ka stationeng because yena a be a tšhaba go founela maphodisa nna ka tšea founu ra founela maphodisa ra re maphodisa re thušeng mothušo monna o mo teile o mo gobaditše nampile re e dira jwang e le ka mokgo ba re fe motho a ke re motho o ko mogolo ra re a bolela le monna le phodisa nampile ge ngwane o la palela ko bula case nna ke tšea phone ke bolela le monna le phodisa ke re gape ngwano ba mo gobaditše tla le mmoneng ba re magongwane ge sesi a sa nyaka go bula case ene ke motho o mogolo e tlo go palela la e bona and then taba yeo ra e tlogela ile ka mokgwanong mara ka šala le question mark gore na taba ya gender based violence e tlo fela jwang ka baka la gore di victim ge bona ba boifa obviously o tlo boifa ka mokgwa tlabeng a gobaditšwe ka gona o tlo tšhaba le gore a involve maphodisa ka gare mara jwale rena di neighbor ge re bitša maphodisa re e tlang le thušeng issue ke gore mongwe wa ditaba ga a nyaka go bula case nampile re bereka jwang ge taba ile ka mokgwa mongwe wa lephodisa
magorena
ke a leboga nna yaka ke na le yona mara I want to raise something se swana le se se tlo se bolela ke bolela dilo tša August motho go betše batho ba loile ba go batšana ba go batšane e mongwe go betše ka kudu mo o ile go fase go bitšwa ambulance gore e tle motšea ya ke re ge re bitša ambulance gore a re go bifile mara a go bitšwe lephodisa ambulance comes e tšea molwetši o ya sepetlele e le mongwe wa sepelele jwalo ka a ke boleleng nnete ke the parent ya the injured one go moka nna ke a emelela ke bitša maphodisa gore tla le tšeng statement ngwane a ka sa kgone go sepela batše ge re ya kwa maphodiseng jwale ngwana a le mpeteng ke tlo kgopela case number le go nna case e swere ke mang lephodisa le re go ene le re ke mo ka yena motho eo ke re o na le 32 years ke mogolo a re mmitša a tla ka noši ra gore ti dingwe tla re eletšaneng ke nka be ba le gona ba sa feleletše mara ba bantšiwa ke ya ba bona o kwa go baba gore na fela ge go le ka mokgwa re thušana jwang because I thought as a parent ge ke itla ngwana a go betše ka kudu ke ke ra gore emelelang le thusheng ya bobedi mo felo fao batho ba go banetšego gona go molaong go mka wa ya gore ke tlo botsiša tabele ya maloba go na le dilo mo godimo ke a tshepa gane bela re dutimo go na le dilo di bonegeditšeng tla re bone ba no wene mmago ngwana awa a o nyakege le wene ngwana ne re tlo laetša lephodisa fela ha ke tse gore na molao o reng bana beso it's a burning issue. I'm talking about August thing in Bakersford area ya gore a ka swanela go tlo latelela go tlo find the case number ka re ngwana o na le 32 years ke mogolo. The reason why I woke up o go betse o kwa gae o mpeteng case number e tšetšwe a le gae a le mpeteng. Now ke no a se gore ke re ke tlo e rakediša mara ke nyaka go tseba case number le lephodisa le le swerego then yena o tlo ra le kaone mohlomongwe o tlo tla emelela ge e le gore ke molao mara ge go se ka mokgo what do you say a ke tlogele ke bolela ka ya ka personal ntwe ke e bolelang ka gore ya ntšhuba ya nkgobatsa then I left it mara ke tipotsiša gore na go tlile jwang ba bitša ambulance ba sa bitše maphodisa a re tlogeleng ya ka e bego ke emelela she kgaitsedi ya rena mola ga a be a bolela o be a re go swantse ba le di-abuse center mo e le gore ba ba kwešišwa go bohloko ba ka kgona go ba moo jwale nna ke a botsiša ke re bana bešo ke le wa mo ga sekhukhune go na le dilo re re ke di-rehab center re bona di le kwa makgweng yone ya abuse center ge ke gopola 10 years back be go na le mosadi e ke motlwaetšego a etšwa ga motodi a mpotša gore monna ga go ile a mo dira bobe kwa makgweng a dira yena le ngwana mara ba kgona go mo tšea le ngwana e ba mo iša lefelo setsoko ke ipotša gore mohlomongwe ke abuse center gore a be safe but na ke a dipotša gore na bjale dilo tša mokhuto re tlo ba le tsona jwang mo gae mohlomongwe ba bagolo ba bo MEC bo masemola ba sepetše re a duma gore either a district goba masepala o mongwe le o mongwe ge e ba go kgonagala ge go be go kgonagala go be le a rehab. The reason ya rehab re ka gore ke lebeletse ka tsela engwe mohlomongwe le nthušeng bana bešong ka no ba ke lebeletse rehab e dira dilo tše ntši le bala ba go kgoga ba sa fetše ba ya ka rehab ba bangwe ba bona a re tsona bana ba ba kgoga ka mabaka a feng a re tsona ka kwa gae ba gapeleditše ke eng e mongwe ba monyetše mmago ba monyetše ka ngwano go na le dintsana tše ba mo dirago tsona ka mo gae a e le ngwanyana ba robala nae goba ba dira tše ka moka in all this a e le mošimanyana ba dira 1 2 3 o fetša a kgogile mabaki a enwa majwala a ya kwa majwaleng a re ka sa bolelago ka maina ke motho wa mo Bakersford mara I'm saying if possible a re beng le abuse center re be le di-rehabilitation center bana ba ba rena ba go phasa matric ba go lekana le ba o sa tseba gore na ba gapeletša ke eng e nngwe ke yone ke rego batho ba modimo maphodisa ba re treateng ga botse re a leboga.
Okay, thanks, my leader. I na be over question. Re ka kry-a maele mola le mola. Na ke moetapele wa babere secretary ya COSATU Dubatse local. Agolo mmerekong a go nape go le violent ka mokgwa, but there is a sexual harassment that is taking place at the workplaces. But it's difficult as a leader to deal with this kind of a challenge because bomme ba chaba go report. Re end up pick up behavior ya gage at the workplace as a saba comfortable I absent miracle regularly. So when you try to find out colleague or no me gabe ube evele motho manager after two months then uba confused because I'm promising a promotion. That thing is happening. So but when you approach the employee as a leader, what is happening, then watch out. So the challenge if as a leader at the workplace will be difficult to assist the employees when they are faced with this kind of harassment. So But at least today I have learned a lot of things after previous speakers. Or maybe we try to draw a lot of programs as a unions, because I'm leading different unions. Motuba, a program, we encourage women or be confident. Thanks.
In response, okay, ke bona letsogo, ke kgopela go alawa the first response line. Re tlo thoma ka maspaling. And then if magoshi ba na le ka mokgwa ba nyakang go e fetola ba tla dira e tloga maspaling between maspala and then I wanted to allow the police to brief each other lor ba discuss, because most questions ke tša bona to end. Okay, maspala and then directly re ya ka go sepodisa because ba na le question change.
Ke a leboga Mswara Marapo. Ke bontse gore ke ne le karabo tše pedi tša potso tše pedi. Ya mathomo ke a rena why the municipality se na le rehab centers. It is a core responsibility of the office of Ndade Masemola, Dr. Masemola, the department for it to institute it. Ke bontse gore ga ile so is a question posed before his table. Ke tla e romela this one is prerogative of that office of him. And then Abubedi, the local hospital, Kamala Ronelli victim empowerment support as local municipality. So we can challenge feed us straight kakwa victim support. Remember how Kaisha kakwa lokong that rehab centers. At the same time, you are on the very good terrain where it can be established because it's not theirs, but I to the relevant department.
Re dira awareness campaigns. Le mo misate re ya ke la ku sure mo misate le kumando re ba ba le khoro maybe ka la boraro. Re khona go arrange le ntona and then ra so re go ba go ina le mantona le ka moka ba go ba go ina le batho ka moka nna khona go bolela le bona ra ba tlhalosetse gore di process tsa ona ke tse dife. And then le mo radio le gona re ya ra bolela le setšhaba ra ba tlhalosetsa. And engwe le mo dikerekeng a kere re imbizo or campaign le kumando re batho a batle. So le kerekeng re ba latela ona ke kwa kerekeng ra bolela le bona. Ke lebo.
Thanks, Brigadier. Must be the sampalela. Give me changana ula wa deep. But they get try again. No bula changan. Okay. Oh, changan ngai mana lamus. No, Mara avenue gusi lovat mokas changa. Okay. Mani, we want to apologize, sis. What happened to you? I feel you're very pain.
wena uri ntui idrika August. It's August this year. Kiona August. So we apologize what happened to you. Before Tamamo, the management is Begasford. Ukwile unalim Sadi station commander Kibonava Brigadier Mui. We are part of the management of Begasford. And we do apologize to all of us. What she said, it's not the way we're supposed to service our customers. It was very wrong. It's unfortunately, maybe she don't know the next step if you are not get the service that we wanted, the charge of fees. So we apologize for that. But I want quickly maybe to give anyone here the cell phone number that you can utilize, even if it's the church office, if they don't treat you specially, so please phone this number. We will attend you as soon as possible. Even WhatsApp, what justice. Yeah, Dr. Mali, you can utilize that. We will quickly respond on that. The number is 082 729 1168. That number, it's the one for part of the management. The person is responsible to handle the complaint of the community. If you are not satisfied with the service, you call that number, then you will get the quality service that you deserve. Okay, I said 082 729 1168. 082 729 1168. The person is assigned to take all the complaints from the community. If you are not satisfied, you phone that number, then you will come back. Even the WhatsApp, you wrote whatever you complain about, then that person will come to you as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Re gopela ka gore ba re moyeng o nna ka dimaripa re gopela Radingwana ke councilor Radingwana ga ke sa phoši tlou tla o no re lebogela batho ba e be re kgona go tla go fetša modiro. Vote of thanks go tswa ka masepaleng.
Ke a leboga Moswari Marapo. Due to compression of time, you all been greeted before. So, protocol is observed. Before, before something as part of the first questions. Why problem gender based. Now my observation I or if a woman cries, there is another woman behind. We must start treating ourselves since because of financial responses or challenges at home, somebody is there behind the matter. And then therefore nonsense, and we are all condemning on that thing. Some of us, we might happen to find part of that particular problem seated in here. We this problem, and then mo Bible ngere banna ba rate basadi ba bona, not basadi ba rate banna ba bona. Le ena re lokisheng eo basadi sa bona go hlompha banna ba ba rate. Ke ra gore le contradiction somewhere more. And then ya bontsha gore o ka wa checka. Somebody once told me gore banna ga be ba bopiwa even a rough sketch from the beginning. While there is kind of disorderness inside, they were trying to make something, genuine. And then is then when original. So that is why we are so called social animals, because there is this lack of genuinity. That is why I saw. And then about the woman, okay. How can a woman, woman, there is no there is a man, Mare o ngwala man, there is no man. Ya go bontsha the genuine party ke bolelang. Ya mafelelo e no ba gore ke be ke gopela gore ke le tsebise gore as per my observation and take this very seriously. It tla be thusa law enforcement. Problem ya rena re go le yona ke taba ya high testosterone. I can learn now why banda ba tshwenya. Because of the high testosterone and then make sure everything the power because that thing is going with the power inside and then that is why want to be out of order. So problem we are still starting on it. We are still one lady told me and let me send this very strong message to you ladies. I want to or an affair with a man who is weak. Weak being like myself, maybe. I'm not rough. I can really challenge that person will be same as me as a woman. I get safe if having the men of that nature. Safe. That's why that's why those very powerful people, they feel like they are safe, and then let's call. That very score was Malaya. So from Lena ladies, as from today, to shun that mindset, what we're having only affair, let somebody almost strong. You are on the safe place. That person finally will kill you. So that was my message to Tisha, and I wish like you must open that thing online whereby we can send our observations so that we can deal with them. Right now, going out of this meeting, I will appreciate if we can have somewhere we can have this very dialogue continuing. From Fitahum to municipality, thank you very much.
I'm ashamed. We were live on at BMF online. Oh, yeah, keep BMF again. Yes, on BMF online later. And I'm going to make closing remarks as well as the announcement. Video last le na le santse le boele re botse nnete ya tsona ga botse ye leng relevant bana ba ba go shedi ka le di ema tsa ga botse because that is our philosophy yola ka batho ba so a ke ba ba bereka ka di theory and others rena re tshepile di ka le di ema and nna mosadi a ka go la go mpheta I have to say this because batho ba ne bothata mo you have to be aware mara ke mo gopetse ntwe teng o mphitisha ka kudu ka chalete join Black Management Forum. She's currently doing what we call a managerial leadership development program. That's why ke mo gopetse gore a tla go shishe tsela ya go nagana ga re le ka re ga lerato le tseno le fapana gore a go shishe gore mogopolo o tshwanetse o no ba o mongwe mo kaonanyana ka gore ntle le ka mogong ka shetse motho mongwe le nna ke ngapane le ene wa mpheta batswadi brigadier mpheta gole yes mara I'm saying that because we must be ready for that communication. Come so ba deputy director somewhere, you must be ready ka mogopolong gore jwalo go tlhagang ke sa le ya ke kule mo mongwallare ke ntate Malema from DOJ gore ga re sana malapa go no phidishano mashlalisane mara lapa lona ga le sa le gona. So let's be ready ladies and gentlemen gore anyone can lead in terms of salary ka mo ga ya ke let's get la lwa ga motho mongwe a gola 20,000 more than ola re reng kotsi ke hlogwa ke ke gopela go dira di announcements. We have 2 tables ke ba hlomphegi ba rena re tlo gopela ga re se no tswalela semmušo. All right, the 7th point table. Oh, Daisy. Let me allow to Daisy because over mandate mara on Roma hole.
Tobela. All protocol observed. Akitlo Janako Kile Secretariat Dubatsi, I would like to appreciate and I'm here to express vote of thanks to the office of MEC and then the subs, the media, Tribal Authority, Haunadi Ragolevoga, le me Paledi, le Mahoshiri Warena Memanoki, Ralevoga, as the BMF Black Management Forum, we really appreciate your presence, and for everyone who managed to come, I really thank you. Bye.
The announcement are as follows. Re kgopela re allowing our 2 tables tja baeng ba rena, our guests and VIPs ba dishe ba boe or ba dule mo batla ba go ba dutse, and then from there ka moka ga rena we'll just share. A re soleng ka go shielana go na le ema se sengwe se re nka se thoma mathomo mara se re phoofolo tja leshaka tja leshoka di a phuthana akere a re phuthaneng ka mola a re let's dish gabotsana batho ba modimo ka upe o tle o ipoeletse. Re lebogile a very good audience. Re tla fa the chairperson of Black Management Forum in Limpopo. Thank you. A re mo fe matsogo.
Colleagues na saka ke tletse di gift or else ke tlo nna le problem or o ka re ra choose ba ba tsamang ka pele re ba fa pele. We are here to, as a token of appreciation as the Black Management Forum, re a leboga batho ba Tubatsi ba ra amogetse. Ke secretary ya branch ya Tubatsi. Membership o tla le tlhalosetsa gore le joina yang Black Management Forum, so that you can be able to get the benefits that has to do with it, and you can be trained for aspiring managers and those who are also in management. Ne ke kopela ntate Malema letle mo pele re na bere like it's not supposed to be more than 300. Oh, you'll declare it. Okay.
She's so good. We can dine. The question is felela ba la ka go tsana sana le putsho respectfully so le no ya la butša brigadier la rena ke na le bothata ba bosoro bororo lwa bjang le aka mshate la butša rena ke mosadi ga ke na monna mara ke nyaka stand le sa gana na bjalo bjalo a kere re a leboga no bala le ka re thuša go ashara our guest re a leboga le ba masepala ba gona ba justice ba gona tlang le ba botšišeng mara ka tlhompho. Oh yeah, for media. Yeah, le ka ba joina mo for media. The banners are available for photo shoot using individual phones.